Yo, what up, nerds? What's up, everybody? I hope you love the new emote. Raff snake, raff snake, raff snake. YouTube has it too, so you guys can enjoy yourselves. Waifu ending? Are you implying that Ronnie is more of a waifu than Shibriri? Because, okay, maybe. Are you calling a nerd? Sorry, YouTube, you got dragged in too. I pointed at you as well, but I don't know, man. You guys want to have a nerd off or what? Grape of Shibari? Very different. Yeah, I hope you guys love the new emote. Carson made it. New emote straight nightmare fuel? What do you mean he's so cute? He's like actually so cute, genuinely. I know it loses a little bit of readability on Twitch because of the nature of it, but it's just I wanted it to capture the essence of Raph Squid. And dare I say surpass it? Clean hair? Oh, Lord above, yeah. Ronnie and Melina have different eyes sealed. Whew, I mean, honestly, I think it mainly ties in. Sorry, this is like the first I've gotten to just chill. Oh, not really chill. I've been running. I've been rushing. Ugh. Clean hair? What kind of gamer are you? I'm a gamer who did a hair mask. The hair mask is not a clean thing. A hair mask is a moisturizing thing. Got it. But I had to clean it because if it just, you know, does the thing, right? Like there's a lot going on with it. It's very blonde. Ooh, I like this. Okay, so God, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a tiny bit bummed. Like I love the Saint R worm emote, but I'm a little bummed because the moment that I saw the worm, I was like, he looks like he's doing a thumbs up. And I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll do that. And then what do you know? Saint got the same idea and he already made a worm thumbs up emote. And I'm a little like, I'm like, dang, he's good. But like, oh man, you know, I lost my shot. I'm devastated. Black is good with the new hair color. I'm gonna be real with you. Blonde looks good with freaking everything. I've had like, excuse the fuck out of me. Sir. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is actually the comfy time of stream, sir. I'm not supposed to get invaded by a bell-bearing hunter the moment that I load into the game. What do you want? Do you see what that was a single R1, holy. Oh, he freaking roll caught me. Yeah, this is the worst one. Genuinely, this guy's a bully. In the goats! The goats! They haven't forgotten me after the incident. The goat incident. Just parry him? I'm trying to talk to chat. I don't have my parry tool equipped. I'm trying to vibe. Just parry him. I'm trying to freaking have a conversation with my community, and this freaking nerd is like, it's nighttime. It's my time. Like, listen, it's not the correct time for this. Did you forget to dodge? Did you see how he roll caught me? Like, in all seriousness, in every universe, like, I don't know why, like, listen, I respectfully, with respect, what is the just dodge, just parry him? Like, do you know that you're in a stream of, like, a lore dingus? I'm not good at this game. I have never pretended to be good at this game. If you're here for high skill gameplay, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you give me a shot, I'll take him out. But, like, we're here to lore, gamers. Yo, Rob, thanks for the remembering. Remembering? Only good at spanking PvP noobs? I'm not even that good at PvP. I just enjoy PvP. They say do what you love. You know, you'll never work a day in your life. And what I love is talking about lore, being snarky, and generally not taking anything too seriously because it's just funner if you don't, you know? Except for lore. I do take lore pretty seriously, but it's about 50-50 whether you're gonna get, it's very fascinating to note that Mesmer appears to have been cursed from birth with these snake-like body parts attached to him. And 50% shot you're gonna get, he's got a snipple! You know? Only one of us has to remember is true. I can parry. Elmer is hard to parry. You know what? Most of the time I don't parry him, but I think I have now you mention it. Didn't you win an award for PvP? Yeah, but like, it's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I you know. Must have been Mikola? Mikola? So you started a new Discord role? I have a new Discord role? What are you on about now? Oh, the Snipple Queen. Yeah, I'm just gonna, listen, enjoy until I click it one day and I'm like, there's too many of these and I need to cut them, and then I just sever all of them and remove all the rules. I do not apologize for Snipple. You should not apologize for Snipple. I'm just saying that it's about a 50-50 shot whether you're gonna get, yes, interesting discussion, and hee Snipple. So yeah, this is, I really feel like we should maybe name this emote Raph Snipple, but I think like Raph Snake is good. The goats kill you again? No, the goats didn't kill me. Ever. I killed the goats. But, no, the bell-bearing hunter. Did you take everything away and reset it like the Big Bang? When did I do that? How's the god slaying going? It's like not bad, I guess. I feel like we've basically traversed, looking at the map arena over here, like basically 2 zones in like 10 streams. So, you know, the killing of the gods has not been the most efficient, but we're up to, if I'm not mistaken, 3 great runes? Technically, we're at 3. We gotta awaken these. I actually forgot. So we're gonna start with that today, because we want to get the we want to not have them be devoid of any we want to have a little benediction. The Discord, I think, with the rolls. I really don't like, what rules are you talking about? Because like that doesn't ring a bell. Like, was it just when I reset the Discord with higher security? Because that I did. That was just to make the Discord more automated, so I didn't have to give everyone a manual role. That I did. Love how professionally you handled Elmer. I mean, I said excuse me several times and he didn't even stop, so like, I gotta tell you, that's not a Canadian right there. They released a new image of an album regarding the DLC. No, did someone post one of those on the Discord for me? Because someone posted on one of the channels a high-res image of something. But now I'm not sure. What the heck am I looking at with this, on this channel? What is... Sorry, this channel really went out of control. Reset the roles and you did that, but it was the same roles? Yeah, I actually don't think... The only roles that get nuked are... Rop likes to give me meme roles that don't do anything. That's it, really. I didn't remove any roles. I had... I added a sub general channel so folks who are subscribed can talk in their own secret channel. Just because I thought it was neat. And that's it, yeah. Feels like they made Rykard a lot harder. A snipple command that gives us a wall of that emote. I do want to add a command for the emote, to be honest, but I don't know what it should be. Let's just get Nightbot open so we can do that though. Mm. Mesmerize? I was thinking mesmerize. I had get mesmerized. Update the squid command, but I'm not home? Oh, that'd be smart. Actually, good call. I'll do that. Sorry, today has been a lot of go, go, go. So that's why we're so late today. So we will be getting to lore very shortly. But in the meantime, let's get some, what was it? Squid? I mean, first I'm gonna edit the raid command. Because that's gonna be our new raid. I hope that'll work. This should work. Give me a second. Wait, yes, snake. Then squid. Then snake. Alright. Yo, Azelios! Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome back. Thank you for 7 months. That's really good. Why is it? Oh, it's raid 1. I forgot we named it 1 for some reason. The reason for this eludes me at this time. There we go. What a delight. We should probably leave Kayla, by the way, because I feel like most people don't find this music as comforting as I do. So we'll go somewhere comfier. Thank you for 7 months, Azelios. Enjoy the emotes. We're just gonna do our background. Look like inflatable snake men. They're really cute, aren't they? Trying to get Erdtree Great Bow. Can you remind me where that is? I don't recall. Another Polish Canadian streamer. There's not a lot of us. There's a lot of Polish folks who immigrated to Canada, and therefore there's a lot of is it first generation or second generation when you're the child of immigrant? I forget which one it is. I always forget. But like whatever it is, there's a lot of children of immigrants that are with Polish backgrounds because of that. Oh, is that the hero grave you first start the game at? Oh, well then why is it so hard to get to? The dungeon where you snipe the jars in the chariot dungeon? You have to destroy the chariots? Wait, there's a way to destroy the chariots? Actually, you just reminded me. So I know there's a way to destroy chariots. I am aware of this, but I didn't know it was in that one. I thought it was the older ones. Yeah, exactly, Rob, yeah. So I didn't know it was in that one, and that is something that I actually wanted to try because I've never done it before. I've never destroyed a chariot, so that's something I want to do. So thank you so much for the reminder. If you missed, you gotta reset at Grace. So what? We'll do it. What else we do in this run? Everything. But that's like, I've never gone the Erdtree Great Bow then. I've never done it. So we're gonna do that. That's actually really... Thank you for reminding me or telling me. I didn't know. That's something I've never done. Yeah, the whole point is to do things we haven't done. Great Bow to shoot them down? Well, whatever. We'll figure out what we need. We'll get it set up. I have forbidden runes. I can do whatever the heck I want. Oh, that's so thrilling! So we have a really good plan so far for today, including one new thing that I have never ever done before. Which is, wow, there's still things. Erdtree Favor and the Hidden Path of the Fringe Folk, gotta fight 2 Scions. Yeah, that I've done, but I've just never destroyed a chariot. The thing is, I got so used to the idea of having everything, which I know I didn't have everything, but I got used to the idea of like, yeah, I have most things, right? So as a result, I never really looked at every single item in the game and compared to my note. Destroy all the chariots except for the one you can ride. Oh, is that the lava dungeon then? Perfect. Exciting. Fire pillar and snipe them with poison arrows? I mean, I normally just fight them, you know, normally. Okay, well, it sounds like we got a plan. I was going to talk about something, but I don't remember what it was, so, you know, let's freaking get to it very shortly. So, you might have to take advantage of our forbidden runes. Boy, Bomoy, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. You get 1 Prime per month. Thank you for using it here this month. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Please enjoy your emotes, including a new emote. It's Raph Snake. I'm very, very happy with it. Carson absolutely killed it. Like, it's so good. I think it has amazing, like, even when it's really tiny, it has amazing readability, in my opinion. But like on the Discord, it is just the greatest thing I've ever seen. I can't stop staring at it. I'm so in love with it. It's so well done. It's my boy. Might want to make the head bigger though, so it'll be more visible, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm just very excited about the emote. Sorry. You're not actually that sorry. Okay, so let's see what we got in terms of bows. Huge on Discord? Yeah, so right now I can't get a sticker to upload that animates is the problem. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I thought that I could. Either way, you know what? We'll work this out later, but it looks so great. I can't stop staring at it. A Marla one for the trifecta? It's like a little cursed. If you scroll up, though, I tweeted, and on Twitter, I know it's Twitter, but you can at least see it like full size with the animation. It looks so good. Okay, sorry, bows. Let's take a look. I definitely have some. I have none. I have two of this. I have two of the same crossbow. I have 2 crossbows. I don't have freaking bows? How did I manage to get through this? Well, it's actually a very easy answer. I simply do not use bows. So it's kind of that easy. All right, what is a good, easy to get bow for your local me, do you think? Are you mesmerized? I sure am. Heart bow? That sounds like complicated. Yeah, round table lady. Thank you. C'est parfait. Black bow from Lanedale Capital. Isn't that the one that, like, by necessity requires a great deal of dexterity to wield? I do, listen, I actually do mean this. I like how it started with, hey, I know you're going for 100%, but don't do this because it's really annoying. And then we turned it into, oh, well, oh my God, you're right. We forgot to do that. We've never done it. Let's do it. It's like a little funny, right? Whatever you do, don't do. Oh, that sounds fun. Black bow is the best bow? Yeah, but we're trying to hit jars, eh? Master MPS, thank you for 15 gifted subs. Oh my God. And I see you caught Carson with that. That's fantastic. He's the artist. Master, thank you so much for 15 gifted subs. Please enjoy your emotes. Especially Raph Snake. I'm not biased, but it's my new darling. It's my new favorite. Yo, Rob, thank you for the 5 gifted. On YouTube, members on YouTube. Thank you so much. Holy crap, everyone. Thank you. Master MPS, Rob, thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. It's so kind. More snake, more snake, more snake, more snake. I think that's gonna, it's gonna, wait, why did that one beep for become a member? I am intrigued by what's going on with my YouTube alerts. Oh, there we go. It's gonna take some time. It's gonna go through all of them. Pulley bow is the best bow. I feel like I've accidentally created a bow war. I mean, I'm just trying to hit some jars, right? Do I really need like the best bow? Imagine watching on YouTube. I know, imagine, eh? I will say YouTube gets a slight advantage because of the way that the subs are set up. You have to be a sub for a smaller length of time to acquire the 1-year butterfly. I was gonna level it up and then I realized I seriously don't need to, eh? Just need a time array? Yeah, I just need to get good. I would like to buy some arrows though. All right, what is a good merchant for more arrows? Because I don't have a lot of confidence in my shrouding capabilities. So, Kalibo doesn't have the short bow moveset. Oh dear. I feel like I know probably one of the nomads, eh? Kale? I was actually wondering if Kale sold it. I was gonna check his wares as it just so happens. This is also really good for me. I have a slight blind spot for things I don't use, such as bows or ritual pots and stuff like that. Like, I do not use these things. So as you can see, it's like, where do you get a bow? Oh, at Round Table?
Always.
We'll get some bolts as well. There we go.
Goodbye.
Night Calf towards Castle Morton says bolts and arrows. Great, that's another one. That's good to know. Oh my god, I left freaking Tree Sentinel alive? Goodness me. Hello, sir. Well, that was a big whiff. But you whiffed too, so it's okay. Okay, the thing... Listen, I can dodge the attacks, but the horse shoulder checking me is my weakness. I have to tell you something. When I played Monster Hunter, I had the same problem. The monster shoulder checking me always hits me. Barioth is egregious. Barioth is my worst nightmare. If the monster has that exact move, it hits me every time. But personally, I think it's just undodgeable. That's my hot take about Mohan. Get your cheeks over here, my brother. He jumped it! He's a gamer! Bows are so... what did... Was that normal? Or did something look very scuffed with that particular animation? Is that... Something looked wrong there. Barioth is a nightmare. I played World and Rise, and Barioth is a nightmare in both. Okay. I was on the ground! And this horse is like, get up. No, that animation looks scuffed. Like, it looks like the snake, the horse is like breaking his neck. Anyway, thanks for the spear. Okay, it's a halberd. Same thing. I call everything with a poke-like moveset a spear. I have the worst habits in the world. It's a halberd because it's got like the thing, it looks like an axe on a spear. That's a halberd. That's the rule. Spears are more symmetrical. I know. It's just, they're all pokers. You know what I mean? Safi Jiva Sapphire Star Attack is a nightmare? Man, it's been a minute since I've seen... Safi, what's the Sapphire Star Attack? Rap's thoughts on Oracle Envoys, they are so creepy. My main instinct is to laugh at them. Revwood looking at a fork on the dinner table. Is this a spear? No, that's a trident. Silly. Is it a spear? What if your fork has 4 pokies? Still a trident. What's the issue? Sorry. Golden halberd. Weighty halberd forged of gold, wielded by the Order of Tree Sentinels, heavily equipped knights. A masterfully crafted weapon that lives up to its heft, but is difficult for one of mere human strength to wield.
Why didn't Noah allow any Tyrannosaurus on the Ark? He was afraid of shipwrecks.
It's stupid. That's dumb. It's a dumb joke. It's a quadradent? Congratulations, you know how to count. What are you, Moog? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Trident equals seafood spear? Yeah, I know that the reason it's called a trident is because it's got 3 points. So if it's got more or less, it's no longer a trident. There's a bident, there's a quadradent. I know. But if it looks like a trident, I'm gonna call it a trident. No, not a bident, a bident. You remember that fucking TikTok or whatever? I think it was a Vine. It's not even TikTok. It's like way pre-TikTok. The guy who's like, "Oh, this ice is slippery," and the other guy just goes, "ISIS? No, this ice is slippery." ISIS? Like that's what you're reminding me of right now. ISIS. I was actually playing Persona. I've been playing Persona 3 off stream because I love Persona 3. Isis is the name of one of is the Egyptian goddess of, I believe, love, but probably other things as well. And what's interesting is that's Yukari's persona down the line, and I'm just like, oh man, now I hear it, and every time I hear it, I just think of the vine and stuff. So a spear is a monodent? I really appreciate that both of you have the same thought. Yeah, a spear is now a monodent. Congratulate. That's so clever because halberts. Halberts? What is going on with my pronunciation today? Halbert? Halberds are okay. So hang on. You got to figure out how we're gonna do this. Shirts are unwearable now. Aw, dear, that sucks. All right, so you got to knock some things down to destroy the things. Dent in trident is for tooth, like dentist. I don't know, man. That doesn't look like any freaking tooth I ever seen. Yeah, dent, like dentist or dental. Yeah, good point, good point. Imagine having a weapon and someone's like, oh, this is a really cool weapon. What's it called? And someone's just called, it's actually called a three tooth. It's called a tree tooth. Because it's got 3 teeth in it. Where the saying al dente comes from. That's actually neat. I never thought about that. The claimant in Shofra turn to mush when you kill them. Yeah, they kind of melt. These. Wait, so you wait for them to come here and then you hit this? Wait, did I have made, first of all, a terrible mistake. How do I use bows? She asks for the 15th time. Alright. Can I even use this bow? Do I have the stats? No, that's not how you do it. Okay, and then you... Yeah. Oh, she's a gamer. Okay, so that's not... This isn't right? You need to shoot the string. They really want you to shoot the string, eh? What? So I have to go up there then, where that dingus is, eh? Neat! Okay, let's do it. Freaking poggers, dude! Let's go. Oh lord, it's coming. Joke's on you, idiot. Oh no, I'm gonna be run over. Oops! Absolute dumbass. Oh, what are you gonna do? Come again? Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, bye. Oh god, he turned around real quick. Oh no. Okay, I may have deserved it a little bit. I may have deserved that. There is an argument to be made that I I deserve that. Yeah, you dropped there. I know. I just wanted to make it across because I realized I haven't been in here at all, so I wanted to get the Dragon Communion Seal or whatever the heck it's called. Karma? Well, it's not really karma because I didn't kill him. So if I killed him and then he killed me, that would be karma. This is not equal. I just laughed at him a little bit and then he murdered me. It's not very polite. Who's laughing now? Well, to be fair, he's not laughing either, so maybe I should just keep laughing because at least one of us is getting some joy out of it. Meh. Nope. That's too high. You tease death, you get death? Yeah, but I respawn, bitch. Not you, the chariot. Whee! Yeah, we should complete this place. Oh lord, he coming. Can't say vehicular manslaughter without laughter. That's an OG freaking joke. The chariot's aggression feels premeditated. You know what's really funny actually about the chariots though, like in all seriousness? I genuinely... So how many chariots are there, chat? Wow. Marlo, you scared me. Hi, honey. Are there 3 in here? I just thought... You're gonna laugh. I thought it was 1. And it was the same one every time. Go for Dragon Command. Yeah, I know, but I want to get the boss done. Don't worry, don't worry. Listen, I may not know... Listen. I may not know everything. But... I know this place. You wanna know why I know this place? Because I spent freaking hours in here my first playthrough. You get... Wait, 1 chariot with 3 chances? Oh, that's freaking easy peasy, bud. Oh my god. You don't freaking ate me. Yeah, I thought it was 1. Now, I misunderstood. I thought you have to get 3 chariots. Okay, it's not easy peasy, but we'll get it. Like, who cares? I got time. No. Jump scare you with frozen needles? Oh my god, that's really scary. Hey. Stop smacking me. I can't tell. What's going on with you? Ah, whatever. This thing is so gross. You know what? He very much reminds me of, like... Okay, that was pretty anime, though, wasn't it? It kind of reminds me a lot of the heavily rotted dragons in Dark Souls 1. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired and/or like a reused asset, but that's an old... I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at them side by side. But what's really intriguing about them is that they have this sense of majesty, like they're a tree spirit, this huge, massive snake and dragon-like being that you can see being really, really majestic and beautiful. But now it's ulcerated, it's corrupted, it's cracking at the edges, and its skin is bubbling up underneath. It's really, really, really neat. No, actually. It's actually better to go from here, I think. And I kind of get the same vibe from them as I get from those Dark Souls 3 decaying dragons. Undead dragons, I think is what they're called, actually. Undead dragons. Animation rig of the Pus of Man. That's what it is, yeah! No, so it's definitely the Pus of Man, now you mention it, which is, first of all, one of my favorite names in any of the Dark Souls games. I think my favorite names for enemies in Dark Souls or any of the FromSoft games are... Pus of Man, for sure. Extraordinary name. So evocative. Winter Lanterns. Because, wow. Brain Suckers. You might be like, but why? Because they do exactly what it says on the tin. They suck your brain. And what do? You know? Love it. They be from the Tremors universe? I don't know what that is. Looking Glass Knight. Amazing name. Amazing name. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So true. So true. Maneater Mildred? Additionally, phenomenal name. Hey. Oh my god, Marlo's absolutely going buck wild over there. I'm trying to think of any other cool enemies. Those are the ones that come to mind first. I always forget about the Pus of Man because honestly I'm not... Dark Souls 3 never comes first to my mind for a lot of things, but that is a good name. But no, conceptually these things remind me a lot of the Undead Dragons from Dark Souls 1 because the Dark Souls 1 Undead Dragons are these majestic beings that are now in this really pitiful state. Hi, Zoomy boy. You playing? So I picked up Oleg here. I'd like to read him. The spirit of Oleg, the banished knight, and I would like to summon him because he's got, not unique, but I'd like to take a look at his model, even spirit form, because you get to see the really cool helmet on his hat. Dragon on his helmet. one of the 2 knights known as the Wings of the Storm. After his banishment, he attracted the notice of the Grace-given Lord, and later, having slain 100 traitors as the Lord's hand, Oleg earned the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. Grace-given Lord. Is that Morgoth? Did he work for Morgoth then? I actually forgot about that. It's Morgoth the Grace-given is his title. And having slain 100 traitors works very well. Black Knight is a badass name for enemy. Black Knights are really cool too. The dragon butts in DS1. So, yeah, but the undead dragon is the front half, the body part. You can see them at a few different places in the game. The Imperfects, Dark Souls 2 Sunken King DLC, dragons who weren't able to form properly. The Imperfects is another phenomenal name. Good point. Willful Traders All? Yeah. So he was banished. And he was one of the Wings of the Storm. So he... Okay, I'm presuming that these banished knights likely served the Storm Lord or the Storm King? I should say Storm Lord because I think that's the term mostly used. But it's interesting. So he was banished, attracted the notice of Morgoth, and then served him, and then was buried. Okay, interesting, very neat. That's that. Then we got a golden seed and the dragon communion seal, which I wanted to pick up previously, and I'd like to equip as well, actually. Formless Drakeblood seal with a dragon communion crest. So I know people looked at Mesmer's flame in the trailer, and a lot of people were saying that it looks like the Rune of Death, like the same flame as Malekith, basically. I don't personally think so. I don't see that in the flame. I see something distinct, but it is very notable that the Dragon Communion seal also has this vivid red color and is very similar. So I wonder if he isn't simply using a new form of Dragon Communion spells that we aren't yet familiar with. Like, I wonder if he needs a seal. He conjures the dragon flame out of shadow. The first thing that appears is pure black, and then the flame appears like a spark, and then it lights into this huge reddish hued flame that has a core of orange, kind of like lava. I don't know if this is related, but I will say it's an ancient thorn design. And this is kind of, when I look at Mesmer's Flame, this is sort of the color scheme I think of. Anyway, I'm just saying, I think this might be more related to what we're seeing because of the red. Hey, sweetie. Formless Drakeblood seal with a Dragon Communion crest enhances Dragon Communion incantations. The sacrificial devouring of the heart gives power. Indeed, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. This seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. Hi, baby. You're being so weird today, kitty cat. Hi. Hi. Love the smell of Elden Ring lore in the evening. Good call. Good call. Shadow Dragon boss confirmed for DLC. New Dark Eater Midir just dropped. Who dis? Might end up being the Chaos Flame in this game. I'm 100% a proponent of it's the Chaos Flame. I'm with you 100%. But yeah, another thing too is we can teleport once we beat the boss in here. So if we need to reset or whatever. But we are going to go to where we can defeat those pots. Defeat the pots. Knock the pots down. Might be faster to just go from the start. I don't know. Winter Lantern is such a cool name because of what it evokes, truly. I don't think I have enough time here, but whatever, let's just go for it. This chariot is largely very forgiving. Dyed your hair and didn't tell me?
Well, technically, I didn't dye my hair. I bleached it.
Oh lord, it's coming.
Technically, I did not add color. I removed it.
Sorry. I cannot stop myself. What am I locked onto exactly? Did I lock onto the chariot? I was laughing with my eyes closed. I didn't see. Living Failures, another amazing name. I love names that hint toward the creation. Another name that is sort of, in my opinion, underrated. Woo! Oh, I forgore. I freaking forgore.
Technically, white is not a color.
Yeah, it's true.
Technically,
Is it what is it? A shade? Is that what it technically is?
it's not technically a color.
That was an archer dude? Oh. Skill issue. A value? Woo! Woo! You know what I have to say to that? Hey chat, are you a value? Because you're valuable to me. Hey cat. Hi hi. Hey. I would like to wish whoever created imps, not in terms of the developer, but maybe the developer, but also like whoever created them in game, like as in the lore, like who made imps, a very nice fuck you. Maybe the developer too. I don't know who's catching hands more today. I'm just like, God, they really took like the worst Dark Souls 3 enemy and then made them the most ubiquitous MFer in this entire video game. Okay. Oh my god, I thought I could get the shiny real quick. Look at this. Bitch, bye. No! No, I said bye. And he really... Oh, fuck. Well, this wasn't part of the plan. And now what? And now what, you jokers? I lived. And how are you gonna get me exactly? What was the plan? What was the plan exactly? Congrats. You played yourself. Honestly, whatever, dude. I'll be freaking back. Just give me 1 second, okay? I like their DS3 version. They goofy. The thing about the DS3 version, and this in my opinion is a very key aspect of the I forget what they're called now in DS3. They are in basically one area, and then they appear a little bit again in the Cathedral of the Deep. But here, every single gosh darned dungeon, of which there are many, has one. Thralls, thank you. Has a bunch of them. So it's kind of like, how dare you? Also, they do so much bleed. It is ridiculous. Dude, imagine being a ghost and dying to gravity. Like, what the hell kind of skill issue is that? Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'd like to practice my shots. Let's get, oop, we can take this off now, because that was just to take a look at. Oh, I meant to actually show it. That was the point. Hang on, one moment, please. So, while I'm not saying the Dragon Communion doesn't have anything to do with the Rune of Death, this is what Dragon Communion Flame canonically looks like already. It's very similar. And you add like the original flame with that orangey lavaness that we have with the magma drakes in the center, and then also a touch of shadow of whatever the heck's going on with that secret little ingredient that we're not sure what it is quite yet, but we can see signs of. You got Mesmer's Flame. So, you know, I'm just saying, I think, whoopsie. I think it's pretty intriguing. Yeah, I don't know. This is not gonna be easy. But I'd like to try. Radigan is made by the Greater Well using Marika as an example. I mean, honestly, the thing about Marika and Radigan is they both have a phenomenal ass. So I have to wonder, like, that does suggest the theory that they were one being at some point. Shoot as he's turning. Okay, okay, all right. But first I gotta hit it. Okay. Okay, look, I'm gonna aim for the pot first to see about the arc. Why does this... I'm using a Trina arrow. Why is it defaulting to a Trina arrow, for goodness sakes? Sorry. Buttons. Okay, yeah. Okay. Alright, it's pretty straight. It's a pretty straight shot. Looks pretty good. What, like it's hard? Legally Blonde moment? First try? Like, actually, unironically, though? Yay! That's sick! I've actually never gotten this bow before. I didn't realize, because I've never used bows. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited.
GG first try.
In all seriousness though, Jake, thank you for the advice of when it turns, because I listened for the turn sound, and then I just fired then. So that was, like, really insightful. I definitely recommend that. Bow? Erdtree Great Bow. Great Bow featuring Erdtree styling. In times of old, when faith and battle went hand in hand, this weapon was created in tandem and with the golden great arrow. Scales all arrow damage with faith, revealing its true worth when used with holy infused arrows. Very cool. Very cool. Proof you're not a true blonde? Listen, I know you're capping, but I would like to remind everybody in chat that my natural born hair color was in fact blonde. And was definitely a shade of blonde. Alright, we're gonna go back to the start so I can just rest, just reset. Clean. Clean. Been a long time since I've been able to get that particular cheer. Thank you for the... Where? Sorry. Actually... This... Wait. Yeah, this is much faster. I don't know why I went from first step. I actually forgot. Anyway, yeah, I know that's a bit of subtle shade. Deserved. Deserved. Thank you. Thank you for that. Countless deaths to those chariots. I had no idea you can kill them like that. I didn't either. In all seriousness, this is something I heard a long time ago. After my first playthrough, there was some chatter about how you can actually destroy the chariots. And I was like, that is really cool. And I didn't know how. And honestly, I never really cared because I really, really like dealing with the chariots. Like... I really do. Even if they kill me, it actually brings me really weird joy. I love playing hide and seek. I love getting knocked down by them. It's so entertaining. I actually feel a little sad now that it's gone, kind of. But whatever. But yeah, there's very few things in Souls games that are... Wait, pre-nerf chariots? They nerfed chariots? No. Tell me it ain't true. They did? One chariot that you legit cannot get past though without taking a hit. Is that the one in the shaded place? I did kill it, but it also had a drop that I needed, so... They all used to one-shot? They didn't one-shot you. Well, no. When did they patch it? Ugh, I forgot again! I forgot again! I forgot again! Oh, just kidding. That was planned. Haha, screw the imps. Haha. When did they patch that? Because, like, I do remember them being a lot scarier. You can survive it with 60 vigor and the health talisman. Yeah, that's what I always did. I'm actually really, really upset. Around the Radon nerf? Well, I'm actually really upset about that. I know it's not an invisible wall, but I always check because it just looks like it should be. Maybe April? So basically I dealt with them way before. I did every single dungeon before the nerf, which is good. Which makes me happy because I really, really, really like those. Actually, now that I'm looking, you can see them up there, eh? Just hugging the ceiling. Hello, sir. Just in case I fall again. I do want to take a look at this room though, so... Alright, let's see what I can do about this one. No, I dodged that, sir. Today I learned that if you're right next to it when it does that tornado move, it doesn't hit you. Wait, you coming? You coming or you dancing? What's going on over there? This is actually a very great opportunity to get to look at its model. It is deeply disturbing to see it in motion. I actually didn't notice that it looks like that particular arm on the left is literally two grafted arms together used as arms, as a leg. It's... Goodness, this is a disturbing creature from head to toe. I really wonder who the grafted scions are. I wonder, because they have gold eyes. They look fairly similar to Godric's original appearance before he started grafting. The grafting and perhaps the acquisition of a great rune, which we know canonically warps people, it changes who they are, quite possibly physically and mentally. But either way, what's really weird is that he was very cute initially. Like, he looked like a very cute boy, very petite, very pale, and then we see the core face there kind of maintains that youthful cherubic appearance that Godric had, but I think lost potentially due to age, but also potentially due to the great rune warping him. What's interesting too about the great runes is not the great runes, but just the characters in general. I think we can largely agree that Godric is probably one of the youngest characters, not necessarily the youngest for sure, but I think he's the youngest of the rune bearers because he is he's a very distant relation, therefore several generations away from the Golden Order, the Golden Lineage, I should say. We don't know where he came from. Could be Godwyn before he got half-deaded. Could be Godfrey directly. But either way, he is of the Golden Lineage, but distant, right? Which means he is likely younger. But then, I don't know, you have to wonder too with the families. Radigan had children with Renala, then also with Marika. We don't know how long that took. We don't know how old the children were. It's possible that Melania and Mikkel are still the youngest. Faces kind of remind you of the Revenants. Yeah. MC Zaglissus, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 17 months. I really appreciate that. And happy early birthday. I'm so pumped for you. You have any plans? Can see the feathers? Yeah. So Zuli did a video on them. Yeah, I did watch that video, which was really great because she removed the cloth so we could see the body. They also have animal parts. That's the part that stuck out to me. You can actually see right there when it gets close on the left side there. Our left? Look. Feathers. They look like peacock feathers. Thank you for stopping moving for a second so we can see.
They need to mod his name to just Baby Daddy Ready.
I don't know how I broke him. Wait, sorry. No, the feathers are on our right. That's a full wing you can see, but it's more parrot-like. It's got red feathers and then also peacock-like plumage. So it's really interesting. Baby Daddy Ratty? He's got so many kids. I don't know. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. Godric's death line also kind of implies his childlike nature. Yeah, I think he looks wizened, but I don't think he was that old. It could also be a consequence of grafting as well. But personally, I always saw him as younger than Mikola and Melania, yet he looks significantly older. So, I mean, Rykard in his portraits looks older than his mother, Renala. You know, there's something to be said about how these figures age. Honestly, I feel like they just designed them based on vibes, and we can't really look at their physical appearance to gauge age. That's kind of that's always been my interpretation, because there's that. There's potentially being warped by the Great Rune, and then there's the eternal rule of the waifu, which is that you need the ladies to be hot and young always, so that people want to draw them and, you know, romance them, and, you know, so that's very important. It's a very key part of the lore, you know. Creepy from software fact: the Dancer Boreal Valley audio played back is creepy laughter and humming. I didn't know that. Scions are basically grafted kids. The thing is, they look really young, But they could also just have boyish features like Godric. Godric was very young. He looked very young. I don't remember which animation it was, but there's one that shows a shot of Godric and then he gets grabbed by hands reaching for him, implying the grafting. Do I have the same model? I believe they all have the same model, yeah. You can actually get a great shot of the feathers there. And there, on its underside, you got that troll torso. So thank you for that reminder. I totally forgot they also have a troll torso. The thing about it, too, is it looks almost insect-like with all these limbs. Like Nadoy, right? There, you can see it for just a moment. Interesting that they're cloaked in a cloak of green and silver. Okay, so now we have this underground chapel where we acquired the Erdtree Blessing Talisman. Very good talisman, actually. Probably will equip it. I think we'll use this for now, but... Erdtree's Favor. Sorry, not Blessing. My bad. Very, very interesting depiction here. Actually, now that I'm looking at it. A talisman depicting a special blessing of the Erdtree. Slightly raises maximum HP, stamina, and equip load. It is said that when the age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. And here we see Marika. The hair braid to one side. Honestly, it's a little hard because it's a very small image. I do see her second braid. I can't tell what's behind her. It almost looks like she's being framed by wings. The dress, though. It's really interesting. She holds a vial of, not a vial, I can't think of the shape, like a vase of water. Like there's a cup of water she has and she's pouring it outward. It evokes the image of a lot of things, but one thing I'll point out is because it's solidified, that trail of liquid coming out looks a lot like Radigan's belt that goes downward. It's a pot. It's kind of a pot. It's there's another word for it. I'm blanking. Yeah, it's Erdtree sap, 100%. Basin, yeah. Talisman itself is sort of sword hilt based. Yeah, and behind it you have, oh, it's just a symbol behind her, of course. I think she has, it looks like a symbol of the Erdtree behind her, but not fully. So it's interesting here we see Marika wearing slightly different garb than we normally see her in. Still have the crown though from what I can see. Different dress, representing plenty. It is the Halig tree. It is reminiscent, but I don't think it would be the Halig tree because this would heavily predate the Halig tree. I'm looking for something and I'm blanking onto what I'm looking at. Sorry. Yeah, so the Halig tree has a different symbol. It has a knotted, looped bottom that goes in on itself versus things associated with the Erdtree have more of that fanned out shape. It's not the Halig tree. Has the form of Marika? It is definitely Marika. Mod chat? Oh, I'll take a look right now. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Where can you find his face? Okay, so I think we're talking about Godric. Sorry, I missed that till now. I've been so focused. But there is one of the trailers or gameplay reveals or something. It gives some background on Godric and it shows just a moment of him. You don't see him super clearly, but he's this very, very skinny, hunched over figure. And then he sort of gets grabbed by hands behind him. And I remember seeing it being like, wow, that's neat. But it doesn't get that much focus. So I haven't seen as many people talking about it, but it's Godric. It's like a little mini thing. Looks like cut Elden Ring. Kind of does. Let's take another look at it. Hey, Full Metal! Thank you so much for the Prime. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for 25 months. Please enjoy the new emote. New animated emotes. I want to get more done. Just the big idea I had was this Mesmer Snake. I love it so much. I don't know if it does look like a cut Erdtree, but I wonder if it isn't supposed to be cut, if it's supposed to be growing. But that's a little odd, because you would think the age of the Erd tree would begin with a Erd tree at its max power, but perhaps it was still growing. Anyway, really cool talisman, really great lore. We'll look at it more, but when I see that base, that looks like the roots of the Erd tree. The problem is I can't think of any other depictions that I have of the Erd tree in my inventory, unfortunately. So I can't think of... Maybe a chess piece I have? Might have it? I don't know. I haven't been to Leyndell. We're very early on, so a lot of these depictions are still missing. We'll see with the +1 and +2 versions. Good point, yeah. So the form does change, and I wonder if it doesn't represent the growth of the tree itself. Anyway, oh, sorry, of course, we want to take a look at this chapel. This statue, I'm not going to say it's unique, but I don't think we've seen this particular one yet. Now, red and gold. Initially, there were seats here, place of worship. This statue with the 3 basins, we've seen, or this... I'm blanking on words. It's a big problem for a lore person tonight. But this table, it's not a table. This, I wonder, because we're in a place where heroes were buried, altar, but there's another word I'm looking for what this is. This is likely, I think, where bodies were prepared. I'm not sure, but we tend to see these hidden chapels in places where figures were buried. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is, or maybe they weren't prepared here. Maybe they were placed here so we could display, visit. Like a lot of religious practices involve viewing the body as part of a funereal service. So check the +1, +2, and damn, insightful, isn't it? Thank you for the reminder that the 1 and 2 change appearance, because like I can't believe I forgot. Yeah, so they do 2 grafted right next to it. Yeah. And what's interesting is they lie in ambush. They sit on the ceiling. If you look closely, you can see them when they're alive. Right around there. They're there waiting for you. This place seems to be where Godric gets a lot of his tarnished. He waits for them here so he can graft them. So this has been a place that has been taken over by Godric at this point. Likely. They sit on the ceiling. Yeah, when we walked in here, you could see the 2 grafted scions falling. They stand there. They don't come out of nothing. They are already there. Pinkish color in the bewitching branch is the same as the DLC butterfly. Yes, I have noted that. I really wonder what it means. I personally think, okay, to be fair, Miquella's incantations so far seem to be linked. I mean, do we even have any of Miquella's incantations? Miquella seems to be associated usually with the color gold. Straight up just gold, right? So when I see pink, I don't think Miquella directly. But the bewitching branch, which is said to be blessed by him, does have that same pink hue. So I wonder if there's going to be more things related. Love this emo. I'm really glad. I love it so much. It's so cool. Like, I like Rav Squid, but this is like designed to be an emo, you know? Also, the statue has no hands. Yeah, I wonder, I don't think it's supposed to be a statue of Marika, but I really wonder what the hands were doing previously. Were they pouring something in a symbol of plenty? So, I will also say that the idea of woman pouring water out of a basin very much reminds me of Bloodborne, where those statues are everywhere associated with the Healing Church. The Healing Church engages engages in communion, literal communion in the sense of drinking blood, and it is a holy religious act to them. It is called the Healing Church also because the blood is healing. So when I see woman with basin pouring something out and an age of plenty, I associated to that. I'm not saying they're drinking blood. Though what's really, really interesting about sap is that it's basically the blood of a tree. So in a way, though it doesn't have those similar, arguably vampiric connotations, there's something really similar. Why does Mikla look like a pretty blonde little girl? I'm gonna be real with you. Children? Yo, y'all screaming? Who of you is screaming? Is it screaming from outside? Well, that's disturbing. Anyway, sorry, that distracted me. Mikla just looks young and has grown his hair out to an extreme degree and therefore looks stereotypically feminine, but otherwise is a child. And children kind of, you know, like a lot of the physical changes that we associate with men and women occur during puberty. If you can't hit puberty, you're likely going to look kind of similar. You know, there's a sense of androgyny in his appearance, likely exacerbated by his hair, but he hasn't gone through puberty. For all that we can see, all the depictions of him are very young, like truly a child, prepubescent. So I think it's really that easy. Beside Lady Maria sits a cup goblet stained red and a book upon a small table. Yeah. Mikola is heavily implied to be Saint Trina. Yeah, there's definitely a link between Trina and Mikola, but I just wanna be really careful with what we know about that link. So that right now what we know is both of them are depicted typically as children by their worshippers. Additionally, they are associated both with a flower that looks very similar but very different, you know. The Trina's lily, the Mikola's lily, they both like the same flower. One is associated with sleep. One is associated with removing the influence of outer gods. But other than that, those are the main links. Other than cut content, that's what we know about Trina equals Mikola. It's definitely implied. I just want us to be careful jumping to conclusions because as of right now, that is literally it. Mikola could have body swap with Mesmer? I mean, possibly, but like, why? I wonder. You know? Go kill some stuff? I'm already killing it, so, you know. Oh, let's go awaken Godric's rune. Melania is asleep when you find her. She is. The thing about sleep in this game is a lot of figures are slumbering. So Trina is definitely associated with sleep and getting others to fall asleep, forcing them to fall asleep. That's what her incantations and her worshippers do. It's also implied that to find her, you need to be dreaming. Based on Fivor. I only have one of Fivor's cookbooks. He continued the search for her in his slumber. So Trina, seems to be somewhere else than we know of. Do you get to Mesmer and Discovery's Mikla? Remember I said it first, this guy? A lot of people have been talking about the Mesmer equals Mikla. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not trying to dismiss. I'm just saying that, like, when people watch the trailer for the first time, a lot of people's reaction to seeing Mesmer was, it's Mikola! So, I'm not saying that, you know, you're not the first. It's just that seemed to be a lot of people's immediate reaction. Bunch of Albinarics, most palaces that are sleeping as well. If I want to give a list of people who are sleeping, real quick, Ronnie slumbers a lot. Godwin is said to be slumbering. When he dies to those who live in death, Roger says he feels like he's about to fall into a fathomless slumber. We see bodies that appear to be sitting in chairs, corpses for all intents and purposes, but they appear to potentially have been sleeping. The idea of a corpse in a chair that is asleep because his soul is somewhere else than its desiccated body is basically the entire goal of the School of Mensis in Bloodborne. So when I see people sitting in chairs as corpses, I'm like, y'all, they sleeping. Other than that, let me see. Dreams, slumber. Melania is slumbering and talks about this world as if it were a dream, implying that she has been somewhere else in the meantime that she now sees as reality, to the point that the lands between has become a dream to her. that's just like a really, really brief summary. But the thing about dreams... we enter Fia's dream, aka Godwin's dream, and fight Fortisax, yet another sign of them dreaming. There is a lot of slumber in this game. Like, if you look up the word slumber or sleep, Mikola is said to be slumbering according to Moog, but he's an idiot, so you can't necessarily trust him there. But still, there's something there. Sitting circles? They sit in circles, yeah. Collie and his horse are found sleeping. When we first meet Ronnie, Ronnie summoned, used some sleepy juice on him. Absolutely. But basically, there is a lot of sleep in this game. I'm not saying it's all linked to Trina, but it looks like perhaps Trina, whoever they are, got a head start in the dream because she is truly associated with sleep, but everyone else is slumbering and having a different dream. Also, there is a difference between sleeping and dreaming. Not all sleep is dreamful sleep. And it's really interesting because you could have several people sleeping. Like, look at Bloodborne. The whole game is basically centered around the idea of multiple dreams that are stacked on top of one another, arguably, but generally literal multiple dreams with each god in the game, referred to as a great one, having a separate dream if they choose to make it. So I don't know. I wonder what the role of Trina is. Who isn't slumbering? Godwin? No, Godwin is slumbering. Godwin is canonically said to be slumbering. Have I done everything? No, this is the point of the run, is to do everything. Do you mean previously? I've done most things, but not everything. Oh, we gotta go to Fort Ferris. Okay. We got the Great Rune, though. Godric's Great Rune. It's really neat to me, personally, that Godric has one of the most visually complex Great Runes. And also the anchor ring, which is directly in the center. I would associate the center as being very strong. But, you know, he doesn't... It's actually one of the best Great Runes, I think, canonically. Not canonically, but literally, this is one of the strongest in terms of raising your stats. It's one of the... It's really good. So it's pretty interesting, actually. Radon challenged the stars to save the town of sorcery Celia from the threat of a falling star. We've actually been talking a lot about Radon. I think he was lying. Or he didn't know. I don't think that Radon did that at all. Personally. The other runes are grafted onto... Yeah, so he is the anchor rune. All other runes attached to his. But anchor could also mean bottom. So it's interesting. Its blessing raises all attributes. This great rune is known as the Anchor Ring, found in the center of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. Now, it's really interesting too because Godric's looks like a Venn diagram. I really wonder if it doesn't represent the fact that Godfrey is central to everything, because, I mean, he was. But if I were to describe who's central to everything, I would think of Marika. Then again, the Golden Lineage, I would think, would come from Marika and Godfrey, right? So, interesting. Really wish Melania's would be better. It is hard to get, that's for sure. Dawn Rune is just as good. They just give you different things, yeah. But no, the thing about Radon is we were looking at ourselves. We actually talked about this on the Discord. And we had a really, really interesting conversation. We talked about some of this on stream, but in summary, I think we're finding some evidence that Radon may not be completely truthful about what happened with the stars. So he talks about how he froze the stars. He did freeze the stars. And then there's this implication made that if he wasn't holding back the stars, tons of them would fall on the lands between, and there would be we would be riddled with these beasts, these falling star beasts, right? When we defeat him, the stars do not fall, barring one. They move. So they moved to where they were supposed to be if he hadn't frozen. It's like time fast forwards in a way. The stars are free and one falls. One only that seems directly linked to Ronnie's fate. I don't know. I'm not saying that Estelle is her star, but I do think it's interesting that the only star that actually makes impact falls in the middle of the woods and leads directly to Ronnie's. No star falls on Celia. Maybe something changed. Maybe its trajectory moved because he was freezing them. But the problem is if he froze the stars, then that would suggest that their trajectory will always stay the same when they start moving again. However, there's also the concept of these are living stars. We're not talking about meteors. We're talking about beings. So, sure, maybe they changed where they were going. But another really notable thing about Radon's spells, two of the ones that involve descriptions of Radon. Gravitational technique studied by Radon. His master was an Alabaster Lord. Gravitational technique mastered by the young Radon. I thank you for your tutelage. For now I can challenge the stars. Those struck by these spells are pulled toward the caster. Now, Radon did a lot of gravity sorcery. He clearly can yeet himself into the sky and become a meteor himself. I'm not saying that that's all he does is pull people in, but it's a little interesting that this guy claims that the stars fell and then he challenged them, and all of his sorceries involve pulling enemies toward you. I wonder if he didn't start the fight, and he might be the very reason that there's falling star beasts already all over the lands between. So this whole thing about him protecting others and like protecting Celia and whatnot, are you though? Did you though? And he talked about challenging the stars out of nowhere. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's something to think about with Radon. Also, another great irony, he fought Melania right here. This is where she bloomed. Here's Celia. It got freaking wiped off the map. So while trying to protect it, he didn't do so hot. All right, that's one great rune. Let's go get Radon. This one's going to be a bit more of a hassle. And we were talking a lot more about this rune before. This Divine Tower, I should say. Onyx Lord's lore incoming. Yeah, I got a little confused. I thought he learned from the Onyx Lords. Turns out he learned from the Alec. Okay, fine. We'll see what I can do. This one is not... I'm a little underleveled for this area. Technically. Jesus. Yeah, no, I don't think we can take this guy right now. Are you... Straight up, I'm not lying. I'm not gonna lie. Really, dog? This guy is harder than Radon. Wasn't Estelle already involved with the Eternal City in the past? Yes. There is an implication that one of the Estelle... Now, the thing is, we don't know if Estelle... Okay, it's suggested that Estelle is his name, but it's also suggested that Estelle might be, like, the term for what he is? Is it a proper noun? Is it not? I don't know. Like, for example, Amygdala in Bloodborne. There's very many of them, but we only fight one, right? So I wonder if Estelle isn't like an Amygdala in this context. But anyway, just when it comes to these weird cosmic beings, relating it to Bloodborne helps to express the idea they might have been going for. They could be doing something different, but FromSoft loves reusing their concepts and making them new, and it's very, very fun. But yeah, Estelle seems to have been accidentally summoned by the Eternal Cities in their despair. Particularly one of them, the destroyed one. They were experimenting with magic they shouldn't have been, and they left the door to the void open, and an Estelle rolled in. Now the thing about the Eternal Cities is that they were put down there because they were punished by the Golden Order. They ran afoul of them. Since there are two Estelles? Exactly, yes. So since we already have two Estelles in the game, it suggests me we're dealing with an Amygdala-like situation. So what's interesting... sorry, I lost my train of thought. Amygdala, Estelle... Oh! I don't know if that's the one that Radon fought. It's possible that he went underground somehow, you know, stuck his thick-ass body down there. Also, I really never remember how to get here, so just bear with me while we wander a little bit, okay? And he particularly contested that one. But the thing about that is... basically, why? Unless he just wanted to fight something strong, it's possible. Oh, there's also some lore that Estelle was sent to the Eternal Cities to punish them. I personally don't think that's true. I think that might be some Golden Order propaganda. I think they're like, yeah, if you're bad to us, we'll summon a star to take you out. Meanwhile, they're like, no. You know? Lesser Estelle beings in the Aesel River, a couple of locations. So those are likely larval forms of Estelle. Yeah. Or there's a 4-phase boss. Let's just wait for the DLC to see what's going on with it. Seeing a new rune go to your stash is wild. Yeah, my forbidden runes. You know what's funny? I actually don't think I got that Newman rune my first playthrough because my very first Newman rune was the one that I got in the river. The Ainsel River, secret path past the Frenzied Flame. One of the Eternal Cities actually didn't have stars in the sky. That's the one that was destroyed by Estelle. That's the one. It said that he took their sky. And when you enter his arena, he's got a whole sky behind him. I think it was pretty literal. I think he literally just went yoink, took their sky, and destroyed it. Atypical star? It could be, but Estelle... The way we say it... Listen, I don't know the exact phonetics. It's never said in the game, but... It sounds like Estelle, the name, the feminine name, E-S-T-E-E-L-E, which comes from the word Stella, which comes, or Stella in general, which just means star. So it could be atypical star, but I just wonder if they didn't just kind of add the A, start to make it more masculine sounding. Also, Estelle, astral, you know, astral comes from the same word, but it's very similar. When a minor Erdtree looks small. So that is... I forget which one this is. Probably one of the Lane-Dell ones. I think this is East Altus? Divine Bridge, and then you see the route to over there. And then this one is... Wait, which one is this? Oh, the isolated Divine Tower. Well, hopping is stuck between the bowstrings? Yeah, we're gonna take the bow off. It's gonna bother people, probably. Melania's Tower? I actually, you know what? It's been so long since I've awoken Melania's rune. I don't remember which one she is. Which one is she? So Radon's Great Rune isn't too difficult to get to, but it's the rest of his dungeon that's going to be a whole thing. Radon's Great Rune. Its blessing raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. Radon was amongst the children of Renala and Radigan, who became demigod stepchildren after Radigan's union with Queen Marika. The Great Rune burns to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. Was it burning before he got it and was using it for the... Like, did it always burn? Or is that something that he took on himself? Like, what's... Because he's not associated with fire, but I can't help but find that pretty interesting, no? See! Welcome in. How's it going, everybody? Thanks so much for the raid. I know you probably have to go as usual, you know, dog stuff and whatnot, but I have a bone to pick with you about how good your worm emote is. So, like, just at least stick around for that. Gosh darn it, it's too good. I'm upset. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I love Worm. Dude, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you. The day the trailer dropped, I photoshopped thumb emojis onto the worm and uploaded it on Twitter, and I'm like, he looked like he do thumb up, he. And then next thing you know, Saints got this emote, and I'm like, freaking did it even better. Yo, take it easy, like, in night. Was Melina born in the shadow of the Erd Tree? I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, what's up, everybody? We're doing a LOREATHON. I'm hunting for lore. The worm emote off? I really, really would like a worm emote because Wormy has truly possessed my mind. But so far, I actually just got a new emote today of Mesmer, who has been my first love from the DLC trailer. So that's what I got for Shadow Tree so far. Sad lore time when someone thought there was a burning island in the middle of the ocean, but they were just looking at the Erd Tree on fire. Okay, one thing I will say. There is I'm probably going to get some comments on my YouTube. I'm playing my Elden Ring first playthrough on YouTube. I'm uploading it finally from 2022. And the problem is that, you know, the first playthrough, we make mistakes. I make mistakes. I miss things. I misinterpret things. I became convinced that Jaren was actually working for Ronnie. But he was probably working for Ronnie after doing loyalty stuff for Radon, you know? So I kind of misprioritized their loyalty. I feel like I'm going to get some comments on that. Anyway, my point is... The thing about lore is you're not always right, but that's part of the fun, too. So I love the attempt. You know what I mean? I do. I love it. I love it. Wormy with his hat? I do love Wormy with hat. Is the foot of the Erd Tree also in the shadow of the Erd Tree? Well, it is a shadow, so in order for a light, there must be shadow. Just do all three for him? Very clever. Anyway, sorry, we're doing a LOREATHON. If you don't know Saint, of course, everyone in my community, you should check him out. He's really funny. He does a lot of PvP. Was Saint doing PvP today, gamers? I never remember what you do here. I just sort of... Honestly, I did this in the most scuffed way before, and I don't... I'm not gonna risk that, but... YOLO! Oh, baby, what a gamer. Gaming. Why did I didn't see it, you have to jump a little. You have to it looked solid. I was trolled by the game. That was a Miyazaki moment. Is what it was. Freaking gravity. Freaking Radon. Today was a meta mess. Blech. Scary. Yeah, what's up? I'm a little late, but I should do my
Hello, I'm Raph.
I do lore stuff, but I also do a lot of PvP. Just not today. Today I'm getting freaking... Are you actually effing my A right now? You freaking Josh me right now? Gotta learn the turbo quit out. I just like to commit. I can't believe he just freaking two-shot me. Come here. Listen, I was nice enough to let you live. I will not be making that mistake again. Oh, yeah? What do you want? Shield boy. Come here. Oh my god. He's so phallic. He's so strong. Oh my god. Whee! Oh, well, that's awkward. Learn to unsheath fly just for the Kaled AFK tower guys. Is there still AFK tower guys In the year of our Lord 2024, truly. By the way, chat. Last time. Oh no! Now I'm gonna die to fall damage because that's too high now. Oh, never mind. It's special. That's blessed. I didn't know that was special. That was actually good information. I thought of a new analogy about solo taunters tonguers, who are effectively duelists. Not taunters tonguers who are legitimately just trying to taunters tongue for gaming. I'm talking about bonfire duelists who are often rune-arced and ready for invaders. They're trying to co-opt invaders. Okay. I meant to do that. That was actually fully intentional. Thank you for asking. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I was thinking that they are the two pump chumps of the Elden Ring world. Might be like, what is that? What? Because they are satisfied, but no one else is. They get what they want. They're happy. Hey, look, an invader. Yeah, I could go to the Colosseum and duel. Yeah, I could summon duelists with the sign. No, I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? That's ridiculous. When I could just get an invader and get what I wanted, and no one else leaves happy, but they don't care. They don't care at all, do they? Why would they care? Because they're finished. Because they're finished. That's all invaders? Excuse me? Invaders are literally constantly looking for 3 people. That's very different. Anyway, that's very important lore. But yeah, we are talking about the game too. Don't worry about that. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the folks who, the moment you enter their world, they're waiting for you by the bonfire. Hello! Look at you walking all cute. Ow. They eat a crab. They drink their flask. You look around. Where's your friends? Where's your friends? There's none. It's just them. Oh. Let's go over here just because I don't remember if there's anything here. I think this is just... Let's get that staircase first. It's been a long time since I was thorough in here, actually. Millennium army spread Trina's lilies as they traveled to Caelid. More flowers, less than Caelid. That's interesting. I don't know about the... Like, okay, I think some people take the spread of the flowers very literally. You can walk along there. Why would you? I don't know, but you can. And they think that every spot that a Miquella lily or a Trina lily is or was is a sign that Miquella and Trina were there. Now, this is possible because they are linked, but I wonder if they're not... Okay, I love lilies. I do. If I see that... It's funny, it's my favorite flower, actually. I'll go around to one, and I'll be like, ooh, pretty. But I don't plant them everywhere. I do have a couple in childhood. Oh my god, this is like the longest freaking ladder. I forgot. Shortcut. But, you know, loving a flower doesn't mean that it's yours. You know what I mean? In fact, the lore, as far as we know, only says that they were it was beloved by the Empyrean Miquella in his youth. Village of the Albinaric surroundings. The thing is, too, about the Trina lilies is you'll notice that a lot of the time they're around sleeping folks. Now, you might be like, oh yeah, because they ate the lilies that were there and they fell asleep. What if they fell asleep first and the lilies came because they were sleeping? You know, it's one of those chicken or the egg. Also, why is the Village Albinarics linked to Trina? Deathroot's are everywhere. Deathroot spreads directly out of Godwyn due to him being infected with the Rune of Death. So it's the Rune of Death spreading, but something in Godwyn's body seems to have changed it. Oops. So for sure, I'm not talking about death root though. Good analogy though. The idea of things and plants growing because of a particular guy or being. Yeah, okay, that definitely tracks. But I don't know if I want to make the conclusion super full. Some even got to Farm Azula. Yeah, okay, think about Farm Azula, because that really catches a lot of people. And they're like, how does that make sense? And I'm like, well, you know what? It kind of fucking doesn't it? Wow, I thought I got trolled again. Wait, this is how you're supposed to do that? Okay, my first playthrough, I did some weird shit. I fell from up there. Oh, this is so much more normal when you do it the normal way. Albinarix to the Halig tree to Mikola to Trina, just concepts relevant to each other, not a direct connection. It's possible. But at the same time, I really do wonder, like, I don't want to come to too many conclusions. Like, which came first? Trina being associated with the flower? Does it grow because of Trina's presence? Like, is she like Amaterasu in the video game Okami? When she runs, flowers bloom behind her? Do you know what I mean? Like, are we talking like literally every single place her bare foot touched, Trina's lily pops up? Or does she just think they're neat? You do find the Halig tree medallion? Albinarix are linked to the Halig tree. And indirectly to Mikola, because that's basically where they immigrated to because they had no safe place to live. I'm trying to question my own assumptions because I too was like, yeah, Mikola, Trina, they're exactly the same. They're working together. They're allied. They're like a perfect form of Marika and Ratigan. And then I realized, why do I think that? There's no reason for us to think that. And I'm like, I want to question that assumption. That's why I'm trying to wonder, like, are we thinking, is it possible that the Trina's lilies don't grow there because there's a lot of Albinarix sleeping there? You know what I mean? Need more somber stones? I do. We might have to go on a hunt for somber stones for sure. Trina's sword say something that links them? The main thing about Trina's sword, I believe it's basically just that they weren't sure whether Trina was a young boy or a young lass. And it's like, yeah, I'm seeing it there. But to be honest, Mikola, as far as we know, is always depicted as a boy and referred to as he, yet, you know, a lot of people first thought Mikola was a girl because of his long hair, stereotypically feminine appearance, and the fact that he's a prepubescent, or at least appears as a prepubescent boy. Okay, yeah, it's like a little rude. That's okay. Alright, I double healed. It's my fault. I don't know if I can take this nerd right now. Mostly people buy into the cut content thing, and that is very valid. But we can't look at cut content for lore because it didn't make it into the game. For all we know, like, it's totally possible that FromSoft's like, no, we're not going to link him at all. We're going to cut that. And that's why it isn't there anymore. It's totally possible. So we have to look at what is still in the game to look at. You know what I mean? Who is Trina? Saint Trina is a figure associated with sleep. I'll show you some of the items. We'll talk about the sword. I don't have too many, to be fair, she doesn't have many items. But there's the sword, which is a huge one. That's one of the big lore drops here. Saint Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a young girl. Others are sure she is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was a sudden and utter disappearance. Trina apparently only exists in dreams and has to be found there according to Feebor's cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who is utterly captivated by Saint Trina.
You can take that spinny doofus. All you have to do is grit your teeth and put your mind to it.
Real.
I have blessed you with the cheese for your next fight. You will surely come out victorious.
Thank you. Actually, good point. Let's read the sleep pot. Craftable item prepared using a cracked pot enchanted by the incantations of Saint Trina. Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams. We talked briefly about Trina and her mist and its link to opium. Mushroom and Trina's lily. Yeah, so the Trina's lily is an ingredient in her incantations. And it's become... I really wonder, once again, which came first, though. Do you know what I mean? So Trina equals Mikola? Okay, so there's a link there, but do we know that they are one? Do we know that they are working together? Do we know that they have a plan in common? What is Trina's plan? What is Mikola's plan? We don't know. We don't know for sure. Mikola seems to have undergone several plans and has changed his ideas several times. Why? These are all questions we have to ask. When we just put a hammer on conversation and say, Trina and Mikola are the same person, they're one, we lose all of that discussion. Radigan and Marika literally share a body, and they could not be more opposed to one another. They are constantly fighting one another. So, you know what's going on with that. Creates a very unique dynamic to how the lilies could spread, yeah, because water lilies grow in water. Very good point. It's interesting that they're described as water lilies, because they look nothing like water lilies. Also, the link between water and slumber is very established in FromSoft lore. Very founded assumption. There are a lot of connections. Yeah, Foxbows, you're basically taking the words out of my mouth. I'm not saying they're not linked. I just want people to question their assumptions, because I think we as a community have fallen into too many thoughts of they're obviously the same and they're working together. And I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, why do people think they're working together? Why do we think they're in tandem? Why do we think that they have the same plan? Like, sharing a body does not mean you have the same goal. We know that from Mikola's parents, right? So it's very possible that they are the same being, but we don't have full implications on it. We can't be sure, not yet. Trina's era mentions water lily? The Trina's lily is a water lily. Guess it's going to be like Marika Radigan. But if it's like Marika and Radigan, then that means that Trina and Mikola are opposed to one another. In fact, in the concept of duality presented by the game, it's not just duality in terms of, opposites. It's literally opposition. Causality and regression. They want completely different things. One destroys, one creates. Is it possible that Trina and Mikola are in tandem? Yeah, but we can't be certain. Might be? No, not. It's totally fine. It's just more of the same design, yeah. Man, this guy sucks when you're lower level and you don't have 100 billion strength. We need to level up our weapon. Possible connection with Melania's slumber. Yeah, so we got, sorry, I'm repeating a little bit because we got a lot of new folks in with the raid, of course. We did mention slumber briefly, but there's a lot of figures that are slumbering. What's interesting about Trina is she is called Saint. I don't think there's any other saint that we know of. There's very much this relation to her being worshipped, but she is not a god. A saint is, well, first of all, I think it's a Christian term. I don't know if other... Listen, I was raised Catholic, so I know for a little bit about that. But they're canonized as holy beings. They were mortal, and they are said... There's certain rules to be a saint in Christianity. And some of them are miracles while alive, and then also several miracles after their death that are attributed to them because they're associated with them in some way, shape, or form. So, to be canonized, you must also be dead. Now, in a land where people don't die, it's perhaps a little bit more flexible than that. But you have to wonder. Yeah, posthumously, I couldn't think of the word. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, now, I'm not saying that Trina is a literal Christian-style saint, but it's interesting that she appears to exist in sleep. And in a world without death, sleep is the closest thing to it. And there's also something, like Mikola, a little unsettling about her, because, where's that wonderful description? In my crafting. Like a lullaby or a quagmire. A lullaby is sweet and soothing. or a quagmire. You sink into it, whether you want to or not. Duality itself doesn't seem to imply opposition. Sea and the cosmos are the same within Bloodborne. At least they reflect similar concepts. But isn't that not opposition? Oh, the sea. Sorry, I read the sky. I said sea, but I read sky and cosmos are one. Yeah. But I actually don't think that's opposition. The sea and the cosmos are very similar in that they're massive bulwarks of water in one way, shape, or another. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not in opposition, if you ask me. How did Saint Raya become a saint? Excellent question. All right, hang on. Let's look at my stones. I would like to upgrade to... I only have +4. Chat, where do I get a... Oh, I'm at +5 already. Where do I get a +6? Or we can just pop some forbidden runes. I'm not above that. I'm not above my forbidden runes that someone dropped for me so that I could do the lore through. Are you doing a YouTube lore video? I've done a couple. And they're mostly just cuts from the stream. More. Give me more. Feed me more. Runes. Plus a scarab outside the tower. It explodes. You just reminded me of something actually. Real quick, let's go grab. More in opposition to Shabriri, but the implications to be opposed to Mikla are also interesting. Why opposed to Shabriri? Supporting the story and Elden Ring being somewhat close to Berserk at all. So I don't know Berserk. I find the story very disturbing and I don't have any interest in reading it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I no longer consume media that I find torturous. I guess. So I don't know it, but I do know there's a lot of visual inspiration, some character inspiration, but generally FromSoft does its own thing. It's more like a spark that starts its own story. Do you know what I mean? Is it supposed to be torturous and awful? Yeah, it does what it says on the tin. It's just not for me. Focus less sleep the slumber as a calming cradling force to madness. You know who doesn't? I don't know. I don't know. Frenzy, I wouldn't describe them as oppositions personally. Especially since, frankly, the rune of the chaos equals death, burning everything and making all life recombine into one. That sounds more like death to me. So if slumber and sleeping are akin to death, then that would suggest more link between them than opposition. Yeah. Looked at the face on Saint Trina's torch. Yes, we have. I don't have it right now on this playthrough yet. But yeah, we have looked at it. It looks like a youthful figure with a third eye open, hair covering face. Also, this is what I'm talking about with figures sleeping. This is straight out of Bloodborne. Also, notably, they are praying. Quite possibly they prayed to Trina before their death. Don't want to read it? I find heavy... Listen, there's a lot of content in there that involve... Like, okay. I love these games. They are also pretty dark, right? One thing that they don't tend to have is a heavy focus on, well, sexual assault. I know it's a reality of life and it happens to many people. It doesn't mean that I want to read media that is completely inundated with it. So that's kind of my obstacle there, so to speak. Missed the bug? Oh, right. I was going for 2 bugs, huh? I forgot. I got the +9 because it's in advance, but I forgot. Via those who live in death to Trina, like a death equals dream type thing. I think that there are different dreams in the world, kind of like Bloodborne. So Godwin is totally sleeping and he's having a dream. But I'm not sure. Oh, wait, it's over here. Is it the bug I heard over here? Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just simply not for me. And does it bother me a little bit that I'm missing out on one of Miyazaki's inspirations? Because I tend to watch movies and read media that he's inspired by. Yeah, it totally does. But no. Think it's Sky Shot? Where is it? I heard the freaking beetle. I think maybe it ran away. What make Trina and Mikola be linked though? Both are depicted as children, and their lilies that are considered symbols of them are literally the same lily. One is female, one is male. Linking them to the concept of a rebus present with Radigan and Marika as well. Man, this place is a jump. Oh, well. Task failed successfully. Well, you know what? With a little bit of help from our doggo friend, we acquired it. Insist they're a boy? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a sort of... The one thing I'll say about that, too, is apparently both Trina and Mikola are often confused for the opposite sex, right? So I think some people take that as, oh, it's because Trina was body swapping with Mikola just like Marika and Radigan swap and we see them as a boy and a girl. It's just, they're doing the same thing. Honestly, I don't want to go that far though. What if they are simply a prepubescent child and people can't tell? You know what I mean? Like, what if it's really that simple? Because that happened with Mikola. His name is Mikola. It's a very feminine name. So of course, people like, I'm pretty sure when I first saw the name Mikola, I was like, oh, Michaela, I wonder who she is. And I quote. So it could just be as simple as gender ambiguity. I do think they're linked, but once again, we got to be really careful with assumptions because assumptions will make us confirm things. If you're going to build a theory on something, you want to be really careful. You want to question yourself more than anybody. Literally the same person with the same personality. That was an 8, not a 6. Still helpful, but I need a 6. I need 6 and 7. 7... I got a lot of them in deeper depths, so I don't remember where, but 6 I need. Oh, my bad. You remembered more than I did, Evil. But still. But yeah, initially, when I first read those item descriptions, I was like, oh, I guess they like dress up or, you know, wear different clothes. I mean, the concept of a little girl dressing as a boy is everywhere historically because, you know, oh, she wanted to fight in the war, so she did a Mulan, you know what I mean? Like, boys could do certain things that girls weren't allowed to do, so girls would dress as boys. So I was like, oh, maybe it's like one of those and they're appearing in different ways and stuff like that. But I don't know. Sorry, I missed the question. Was it something to do with endings? Boston Celia Tunnel, Falling Star Beast? Celia Crystal Tunnel? We can do that. Figure of a saint coming out of nowhere? Yeah. What about Mikola's relationship with Marika? I really, really wonder. I personally think that Radigan, due to the Greater Will's control and the Elden Ring's presence, I think Radigan was likely calling a lot of the shots once they recombined. I wonder if that didn't lead to Marika being kept away from her children. I'm not sure, but based on... Oh... I wouldn't be surprised if that's something Radigan did. Do you know what I mean? So I wonder if they had a relationship. In fact, I wonder if that's not why Mikola is searching for her by following in her footsteps. He's trying to understand his mother that he quite possibly never got to have a relationship with. This is a bit of my interpretation based on lore. I'm not like, it's not like canon, but it's very notable that we know very little about Marika's relationship with any of her children at all. But Radigan is only ever linked as having a relationship with Mikola, his golden boy, his perfect golden boy. Likely the only one. Oh, fuck. We're good. Likely the only one he cared about. It's very sad when you realize that. It's childlike. The thing about Mikola is we do have stuff about blah 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 Mikola in his youth. And he looks like a child, but he isn't one. So at some point, yeah, he was a little kid who liked flowers. But I don't think he has that mentality anymore. It's possible that he dreamed up Trina. Oh, one other thing. The idea of characters having different depictions in Dream is also very much present in Bloodborne, if not a central theme. She casts them away in the sewer. Did she cast them away? Or did her second husband force her to hide them away? When did Omen start to be viewed negatively and have to be hidden away? When did that happen? Ambiguous question. There is no true answer. But when we see Godfrey in Morgoth's arena, he's holding him gently. He cared for his son. Godfrey had misbegotten. He's fought with Crucible Knights. That hatred for the Omen, I don't think was present during Marika's reign. So I honestly think it was Radigan rolling up in town being like, yes, hello, we will combine now because we have to, because we were once one. But also, yeah, we're gonna need to get you to hide those bratty ass or Omen children of yours. It's possible that Marika hated her children, but I really don't think that's the case. Yeah, Godfrey connection to the Crucible. I do not think he perceived his own children as being cursed. The idea of Omen being a curse is something that I think came later. The thing, too, about both Mohg and Morgoth, this is very true of Morgoth. He speaks with a royal air. He is regal. He is educated. He understands how to lead. He's a very genius spy master. I wonder if he didn't get a nice, proper royal education, and then he was thrust into a sewer, and then he sort of had to pause on that and then restarted that later. Do you know what I mean? I don't get the vibe that he was raised like a sewer rat from birth. So anyway, I just wonder when that started. So anyway, I don't think that Marika pushed Mohg and Morgoth into the sewer. I think that was a Radigan concept. Okay, I forgot where you land here. One sec. Because he is not an Empyrean? No. There's no reason that... Okay, the thing about Marika, too, is she didn't want her children to, like, follow in her footsteps, clearly. Not directly, anyway, because she made some huge mistakes. Oh, shit. Also notable, none of her children, except for the ones born of her fusion with Radigan, are Empyreans. Okay, where am I going for this? Oopsie. Whoop. Can you believe I did this first try, my first... Oh, right there, the balcony, silly. He loved not in return, for he was not loved, but nevertheless, love it he did. The tree, not his mother. Omens are thrown in the sewer, but that doesn't mean those twins are... They grew up in the sewer. Even royal twins. The difference is that royal Omen did not have their horns cut. That's the only difference. Look at that gorgeous space magic. This is very reminiscent of Nebula. I know it's just magic, but I will say, this looks... You can even see the purple start to be in it because this is associated... These are Graven schools. There's... Okay. These are called Seeds of Stars. Also, you hear the moaning. Or star seeds, star seeds. I never noticed the moaning. No, seeds of stars or star seeds. It's both. That's why I got confused. Face magic. Oh my god. Yeah, look at that face magic, bro. But they are linked to the primeval current, but they're specifically linked to stars. These are star seeds. Possibly this is where beings like Estelle come from? Also very interesting to compare to Bloodborne. And the brain of Mensis, which was the Mensis scholar's failed attempt to become a great one. Graven head specific to a particular... Okay, the Graven schools were made by Selen. So it's a little funny. Listen, I'm not shading. I get why. Selen's a very popular character. I love her too. But in my first playthrough, I did not side with her, and people were very, very upset. They're like, how could you side against her and all this? And I'm like, listen, she's gonna turn you into one of these. She wants to. She just doesn't get a chance. Her plan, why is there so many of them? Because likely she, quite possibly Azur and Lusat too, Azur and Lusat, sorry, were turning their students into starseeds to experiment on them. And they chose it by agreeing to follow their teachings, but yeah. Selen tells you she's not good? Yeah, and I'm not saying that that means you can't. I love her. In fact, I love an evil lady who does evil things, but it's really funny. Because, like, honestly, death might be a better fate than what happens to her, really. Imagine failing a Thursday quiz, next thing you know, stone-headed. You know what's the best part? Like, I know you're making a joke about if you don't do good on a test, the teacher will punish you. Honestly, it was probably the other way around. Because the reason she teaches you, no matter who you are, no matter how low your int is to start, is because she needs more individuals to turn into starseeds, so she doesn't care. She teaches you to make you smarter, to make you better fuel for a starseed, presumably. Was it guarding? Oh, right, this one's sealed. I totally forgot. This particular one? I wonder what... Here's the thing, too. Do you need multiple people, or is it just made of multiple heads? Because Selen turns into one all on her own, as far as we can tell, and no people are missing. Why are you saying forgore? It's a meme way of saying forgot. And I'm a big memer. Oh, also, sorry, I forgot. YouTube, I added some new YouTube emotes as well. So please, if you remember, take a look at those. I know they're not as used and there's no animated emotes because YouTube, but I really love some of these emotes that I brought. So please take a look at those. Thank you for reminding me, Justin, actually. Wonder if Mikola is bitter about his affliction. I don't know if we can read bitterness, but he definitely is trying to break his curse. I meant to say forgot and actually said forgore and it kind of stuck. It might have come from an accident, but I probably said it on purpose as far as I can remember because that I did not invent the forgore meme. I wish. I wish. Maybe I did it by accident. I don't remember. Yeah, Ronnie's an Empyrean too. Sorry, I just saw that. Talks about... Okay, hang on. Sorry, Dean. I just saw that too. I pinned it on Mara because she talks about how people don't agree with the order, then they must divest themselves from it. The omen equals cursing could have just been a scapegoat. Can you tell me when she says that? Is that in one of the churches? Because if so, I'd love to get that dialogue. Because I wonder... We talked about it a little bit on stream, but I really, really wonder if... that some of that dialogue isn't actually Radigan. I really wonder. So if anyone knows where that dialogue comes from, I would love to hear it. Dectus lift dialogue. Very cool. Great, let's go. That ball is an attempt to become a celestial being. Yeah. The thing about... Oops, sorry. Little moment there, little hiccup. Starseed is really intriguing because it's like... Do they become stars ever? Or are they just stuck like that forever? Some of these star seeds seem very, very, very old. Melina says every time in Marika's own words, she sure does. But the way that we find out that Marika and Radigan are the same is a piece of dialogue in the game, that, or not dialogue, but text that says Marika is Radigan. Or Radigan is Marika. So I wonder if that isn't a little nudge nudge, by the way. You know what I mean? The specific line that says Marika is Radigan. Or Radigan is Marika. And now I'm forgetting which it is. Is it Radigan or Marika first? I'm having a goof. Where is Fort Ferret? I'm having a... There it is. Right there. I'm having a bra moment. I didn't get this. Oh my god, I'm a complete goober. Yeah, so I wonder if that isn't... FromSoft being a little cheeky. I personally always thought it was always Marika talking to us. But once again, I'm questioning my own assumptions. We're going to look at this dialogue and think, is it possible this is Radigan speaking? Very interesting. I hope they expand on it at least a bit in the DLC. I agree. Listen, there's so much cool stuff in this game, so I hope that they expand upon a lot of things, but every time I say that, a part of me is like, well, you know, they probably won't because they like to add new stuff to DLC. Primeval Current are analogous to others like the Primordial Crucible, states where matter mixed and blended together. And the thing is, primeval current associated with stars as well as the void, the nothingness between stars, potentially. Is this a dungeon? Sure is. I'll pick this up. The church dialogue where Marika says, I will plume the depths of the Golden Order, no more naive faith, sounds a lot more like Radigan too, especially since the fundamentalism seals in the same place. Yeah, I worry I may have taken Melina's word for it a little too much. And I don't even think it's Melina's fault. I don't think she's trying to deceive us. Also, another question I have. I don't know if this is the case, but it bears some thought here. What if Marika is able... Okay, what if Radigan is able to disguise himself as Marika? As far as we know, they body switch. When Radigan is dominant, he appears as Radigan. When Marika is dominant, she appears as Marika. But is it possible that Radigan can appear as Marika and speak through her mouth? We don't know. I'm leaning toward no, but it's a thought, no? Actually, Radigan made Tarnish graceless and ousted them. It is. Wow. I don't think so, though. Actually, this is one that I think we can know. And here's why. Because Marika sent the Tarnished away, and the dialogue at this is in several churches going south. Hey, Grail. Wavy, wavy, wave. But this is likely before, because the reason that he left is because Marika sent him away and then Radigan came. The timeline we get from Muriel is a little bit more like, okay, Godfrey left, the Tarnished left, Radigan came. So I think that one is blatantly before they recombined. I think Marika was being manipulated things by Radigan. Not directly, but I think that upon their recombination as Marika and Radigan as Erebus, I think Radigan was more dominant because the Greater Will wanted to keep Marika under control. Right after Marika and Radigan became one that we know of, once he became the second Elven Lord, I can't help but notice there is a lot more talk about fundamentalism, Golden Order stuff. The Misbegotten and the Crucible figures are looked down upon. The Omen are in sewers, and there's very, very, very little that we can attribute directly to Marika herself. All of this sounds like shit that Radigan would do. Someone was trying to dial the primeval current, but accidentally called the wrong number and dialed the primeval current instead. Very cute. And the Preceptors? Their mask has lore about it. Do you know about the secret dialogue of Melanie? You don't get it if you don't rest in the capital until complete Marika's bedchamber? No. Is that a thing? Is that confirmed? Because if so, we will do that this freaking playthrough. God, that might be hard. Nah, it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Hello. Radigan's Source Seal. Actually kind of poggers. We will read it in a moment. One moment, please. Okay, that's pretty much everything out of Fort Ferris. So, we're set. Oops, finger slipped. Imagine having your boss calling to your office about a promotion then being turned into disc. Radigan is low-key hot. Honestly, I don't think either of them is low-key anything. I think they're high-key, caked up on a freaking Tuesday and looking spicy. Yeah, so the Preceptors, I don't think I can do this very easily with this weapon. I would like to do this just to, like, get rid of them, but let's see. Wait, where's the spot? I thought it was right here, no? It's been a minute since I've done this, so maybe I forgot. Rune harvesting spot? Leave Grail alone? I honestly do like to, but I need the lore. Maybe it's over here? It's been a minute. You want me to leave Grail alone? We can leave Grail alone. I don't do this very often, believe it. I really don't normally murder Grail. And you know what? I can't figure out the spot because I'm a goober. She can live. I don't need the runes. Alrighty. Fort Ferret, Dunzo. There is this mine, which I believe is actually Celia Crystal Cave. Someone told me that there's a +6 in there, so let's go take a look. What lore do you get from killing a defenseless mother? I don't know. Spinner too short? This is the one I've used, though. I've used the flail before. Wait, did I use the wrong one? 1 second, please. I used the Knight Rider instead of the flail. Yeah, that was my bad. I found the right spot. I just have to use the flail, not the Knight Rider flail. Might be. That mine is pure pain. I hate it. Yeah. You know what's interesting? If you kill 4 of Grail's children, she dies. That's how I did it in my first playthrough. I didn't attack her at all. I killed the children and, like, then she died. And apparently this was surprising to a lot of people in the first playthrough because they did it a different way and they didn't know. So it's pretty interesting. Her life is... And of course, it goes the other way. If you destroy Grail, the children die. So it's pretty interesting. Jekyll and Hyde scenario where Marika made Radigan but ended up taking the reins from her. I think the thing about Jekyll and Hyde, it's a good analogy, but the greater will is a sort of, and the Elden Ring too throws a sort of wrench into that analogy as being perfect, because the potion, you could compare the greater will to the potion that Dr. Jekyll created. And the idea of creating your own doom is very, very gothic horror, which tracks with what FromSoft loves to do. But I wonder if when we're talking about not a potion, not a catalyst, not a tool, we're talking about an unknown being of unknown strength, an outer god, and its loyal followers, then you gotta wonder a little bit more about it. You know what I mean? What armor set I'm wearing? Yeah, this is Rotten Gravekeeper altered in Rotten Duelist Greaves. Rot affected her so deeply it essentially created flightless dragons. Oh, you think it's the rot that caused the flightless dragons? I mean, she's definitely rotted, but I wonder if she didn't simply grow too large. She's so old. They're originally the same, question being how much of a role the Greater Will played in them diverging. Also, the role that when they are recombined, because I don't think you can argue against them having recombined at some point. They definitely, whether they were one or not, they definitely had a period of separacy. That's not really a word, but being separated. For sure. So definitely Jekyll and Hyde, but the difference is we don't actually know how Radigan started. We don't know if Marika made him. We don't know if the Greater Will caused part of that. You know what's crazy? Even these monstrosities can have a grace boost. Interesting. Well, they have runes, so that's really all it means, I guess. But yeah. How does that play with them being originally one? I honestly don't know what to think about that, because you're right, that used to be a major theory of mine, but now I'm like, I don't know what to think about that. I really don't. Because there is some lore about the giants curse Radigan or Marika. Thanks for the underbits, bullfight. Maybe Radigan was a scion from political marriage between Newmans and giants. Or maybe Marika, maybe as a Newman, she is still descended from giants. I don't know. I don't know. However, the fact that he hates himself is pretty interesting. Jungian perspective, everyone has an anima animus. Radigan could be Marika's animus. I'm afraid I'm not that familiar with Jungian psychology. I know some. I will say, from what I remember from school, which is very basic, there's a lot of stuff about psychology related to dreams in Jung's work, but I don't... It's been a very long time. Jung is horrifically outdated? Oh yeah, we're not talking about real psychology. We're talking about within the game, using it as a basis. Absolutely. It doesn't need to be something we apply to real life, but definitely in terms of game stuff, even outdated psychologists make good work for this. Theme of marriage in this game. Classically or biblically speaking, marrying is like becoming one, hence Marika and Radigan fusing. That's a good point. That is actually what marriage is. Yeah, it's two beings becoming one. Absolutely. They really took it pretty literally from stuff, didn't they? However, Godfrey and there's no evidence that other beings are combined when they get married. It's really just Radigan and Marika. But Marika is the only vessel for an Elden Ring that we know of in the game. She is definitely a special being. Beyond all, she is the only god. All the others are Elden Lords or, you know, something else. She is the only god in the land. Also, where is this somber smithing stone, if someone remembers where exactly it is in the world? Misogynist elements are just bad. Wow, I actually, like I said, not familiar with Jungian psychology. I did not know how much misogyny was present there. Fun. Get a good look at their models here. Rincelli Crystal Tonic. Yeah, someone told me that there's a Summer Smithing Zone 6 in here. It draws from boss? So that's the bell bearing. Does oh wait, does it also drop A6? Oh, that makes sense. Seems like Radigan's seducing Renala would have been the Greater Will's idea. Kind of think Radigan wasn't a separate entity prior to the duality. Definitely possible. I don't know. I honestly kind of wonder if Radigan truly loved Renala. I wonder if that isn't just his naivete, Muriel's naivete. They have arms instead of legs? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hands all right, baby. They are horrific to look at. Centipedes with hands. What's really interesting is their head almost appears to be separate from their body, too. Least favorite creature? Yeah, they... Ugh. Marika masquerading so that Karian. Good. I know, I've actually seen some stuff about how, like, Marika is the one who fell in love with Renala because they were one at that point. I'm gonna be real, I don't think that fits the lore that we have. I think that as a rule, they had to have been separated at that time at the very least. But I saw this, like, fan art of, like, Marika going back to visit Renala, and I loved it. So I want it to be real, but I don't think it is. You know what I mean? It's one of those, there's this artist that I follow on Twitter. You probably see, I like a lot of her work, where it's like family moments between all the demigods and stuff, and I love them. And it's like established universe roleplay. I just love it. You know, I'm so there for it, but I'm like, this does not fit the lore, but who cares? Why hands? In all seriousness, I think it's because it makes them more disturbing, but they're not creatures. There's something human about them. What's their handle? I don't remember. I'm so sorry. Let me try to find this. They have a name that's kind of like long. Not long, but like I see them, I'm like, oh, is this person? But I don't like refer to them with anything. Let me see. Here we go. I'll just post this because this is really cute. This is their art. Post it on YouTube as well, in case you guys want to take a look. It's so cute. Like, look at how freaking cute this art is. Oh, I love it. Yeah, Alvy. Yeah. Sorry, it's tough. On Twitter, like, I see people's art and I tell their style and I can tell it's them at a glance, but I don't actually look at their username. So it's really funny because there's some people that I follow and I recognize and like all of their work, but I never actually like think of their name. You know what I mean? Does this talisman tie in with that other item of Marika with the wings? No, this is different. We will look at it in just a moment. I just want to take a shot of this freaking beast. So this, some people have talked about this being, wondering what's up with them. This is likely a larval form of a still. They follow a visual cycle reminiscent of an antlion. And also they suck, by the way. Fantastic design, though. Look, Nebula. Nebula adjacent. Obviously, it's gravity magic, but still. Reminds me from the Bull of Sekiro. I'm not joking. I think it's at least in part a reskin of the Bull. Yeah. I'm not, like, I'm not certain, but it sure does look like it. Stop. Stop. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. It's the charge animation that does it for me, for sure. The moment I saw that, I'm like, it's the bull! Oh, I thought that was a grab. That's my bad. They also do have hooves. Like, it literally has hooves like a bull. There's the 6. You were right. Wait. Yeah, somber, perfect. Spell don't got a stealth skull? Yes, but the fully grown falling star beast does. So what that means, I think it's deceptive because some people think that they're different beings because it's fully grown. But what that means is likely it's fully grown in the larval stage and thus is going to enter the cocoon transformative stage, which we see hanging from the ceiling in places like Ainsel River, I think. Yeah, Ainsel River. That's the cocoon. Likely looks very Estelle-like, but almost spectral, sort of transparent like a cocoon, and then full-grown Estelle. We don't know how long it takes. We don't know. Maybe there's a catalyst required. Maybe not every one of them is going to become an Estelle. But what's interesting is even within the falling star beast, there's different life cycles. Hit their face while they're charging, they get staggered. Oh, never done that. Also, yeah, is the cocoon called a malformed star? I don't know what that enemy is called. Demon Souls Remake didn't vibe with it. What do you think I should give a try? Try from... Listen, I'm gonna play the Demon Souls Remake. I quite liked it, but sometimes it doesn't feel like Souls. There's something about the art, like it's beautiful, but there's something about the art that's missing. Try Souls. Try like straight up FromSoft, not Demon Souls Remake. No shade, I love Demon Souls Remake, but it's a very old game that is also remade by a different studio. 2 AAA coded, that is a really great way of putting it. Yeah. Okay, now we can go upgrade a little. Perfect. The art of the remake kind of ruined the artistry of original Demon Souls. I haven't played the original yet. I will. For this LOREATHON, we're going to be playing remake because it's the one that I played. And I want to give original more direct focus. And have them both fresh in my memory for when we play. But I kind of feel you, yeah, even without having a super thorough background of it. Full-grown falling star beast is what stars are supposed to look like. So, you know what else is a star? Elden Beast. Kind of. It's sort of a star, but it's also not because the Elden Ring was a star that it rode in on. So it's a little weird there, but it's really notable that Elden Beast uses a lot of spells that look exactly the same. Lorathons of all the games. Yeah, we're starting backwards because we're starting with this one, but the goal is not just this game. All of them. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to use the restroom, and then we shall upgrade and continue. 1 sec, everybody. post a cute picture of my cat that I took. Please enjoy this photo of Marlowe relaxing pleasantly in his bed. Urge your avatars to direct copies of a silent demon. The DS1 boss did like 2 moves. Reusing assets. Oh, are we talking about reuse assets? I fully understand. But the thing is, I don't know, like I know they're kind of the same, but the Archery avatar is his boss is sort of like, that's the wrong channel, sorry. I just don't find it to be that bad. Like when I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, a silent demon. In fact, you know what's funny? I don't even think I thought that. I don't even think I thought that. Moveset similarities, it doesn't bother me. I actually love it too, yeah. I remember there was a whole lot of discussion. This is back to closer to Elden Ring's release. Horizon Zero Dawn had come out, and people were losing it over Horizon Zero Dawn using the same, or maybe it was a response, but there was this whole discussion about reuse assets. People were like saying it's the same game as Dark Souls 3. They use this since Dark Souls 1. And then they were like that Horizon has the same climbing animation, and it's like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's only so many ways to climb. You know what I mean? And it just felt like people were really bothered by a sequel using the same climbing animation when it is the same character in the same universe climbing the same way, right? And that to me was sort of like, I don't know why. Sorry, Forbidden West. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the sequel. It had the same animation as Zero Dawn, and that's why. So I don't know. I understand that people may be bothered by it, but at the same time, Archery Avatar, the Pus of Man reskin, the Illustrated Tree Spirit, they're not like vital. They're not like central. In fact, I don't think any of them are required. You just run right past them. They do drop golden seeds, so I guess they are in that way. But you know, still, really wonder about that. When you have art so good it becomes self-referential instead of recycled. That's a really good way of putting it, yeah. Since there's 2 Estelas, wouldn't they be more like the 2 fingers in the Elden Beast? So we don't know quite what the Elden Beast is, but he's definitely linked to the stars. I really wonder what makes a malformed star versus a properly formed star. Recognize an old Dark Souls enemy? I think it might also be, I don't tend to notice things like that. I noticed it with the Thralls almost immediately because I was fresh off Dark Souls 3. I was like, oh my god, it's Thralls, so that I recognize. But other than that, I'm not the best at recognizing animations. Like visual inspiration, sure, but animations, not so much. So I wonder. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's why it doesn't bother me too much personally. But I don't know. I guess it's just my take on it. Where do the fingers all fit in? The fingers are vassals of the Greater Will, and they seem to also answer to the Elden Beast because the Elden Beast is the Greater Will's will. It's their higher ranking. It's higher ranking than the 2 fingers. Elden Ring and Dark Souls in the same company. Yeah, FromSoft. Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Armored Core, and Elden Ring were all made by FromSoft. Other games too, but those are the main ones that I specialize in. Elden Ring's grab and Nito's grab. It's been a long time since I've looked at Nito's grab. That's Nito. Wait, whetstone knife. Did I not get... Oh my god, did I not get the whetstone at the start of the game? Do I stream full? I do. Also, I like my clothes, if that's the... I like wearing... I like being cute. Yeah, also.
Well, I took you for dead.
I was really standing in front of you for like 20 minutes. It's just I didn't talk to you.
Lay out your arms then.
Freaking Hugh. Alright, +6. That should help. I would like a Somber Smithing Zone +7, but I don't remember where to get one except for Deeproot, and I don't want to go to Deeproot right now. They had on a blazer? Oh, you know what's funny? I was actually wondering if anyone thought that this would be a blazer. This is a Lululemon comfy yoga pant sweater. I was wondering. I looked and I'm like, it kind of looks like a blazer, dude. I was like, I wonder if anyone will chat will think I'm wearing like I'm going for a freaking interview or something. And then yeah, it happened, but no, it's got little cute sleeveys. Volcano Manor? Yeah, I don't want to. I think we're ready to go to Altus. I think we're ready. I do have some blazers. Blazers, not blazer. I don't know what a blazer is. We're having a struggle today. Someone said you got confused. Well, they didn't think that. I didn't associate clean with blazer. I just thought maybe they noticed that I washed my hair today. Purchase from Twin Maiden Husk? When you unlock a bell bearing. I don't have that bell bearing yet. That's late. That's late game. I did wash my hair. I made a big thing of it. Chat teased me. I had to wash my hair. I did. It had to happen. I had a hair mask on. Do you know what that means? That means that I had all this stuff in my hair, and it was like not sticky, but it's like, and then I just had it like this all day. But like, imagine when it's not, you know, I had to wash my hair. You can't freaking stream when you got a hair mask in, dog. Okay, sorry, I'm getting really distracted. I'm having fun with chat. It's a good distraction, but I do also want to get things done. You're so distracting. You know what? We should do this part of Caelid because we're officially in Caelid, and I think we are done Caelid. Done in quotation marks, in the sense of we have gotten most of the things and the big dealios that are related to the playthrough. Like sticky? It's a freaking hair mask! It's moisturizing and lush. If I say a skincare mask, is this like, will people be like, I know what you're talking about? Or will people be like, what are you on about? Like, give me a 50-50. Raffarino stream when you fought Malika for the first time? On YouTube? Like the reaction video? I love that video. I really do. I don't remember what happened when the first time I fought Malekith. I'm very looking forward to editing it though. I'm so glad I put those reactions up because they were such a great time. And I can't wait to get those in the first playthrough too. Like a cucumber mask. Except the thing with the cucumber mask is it's mostly just you put that on your eyes. I never got the purpose of that. Underground sewers, most casually convenient +7. We're not going to Lanedale yet. Determined to not have my sword. Yeah, honestly, I basically just made it so folks who were like more regularly modding are mods. Cause like, you know. Yeah, so I did a hair mask. It's skincare. Cucumber is very healing. It will reduce swelling of the skin. I'm sorry, I roasted cucumber. I didn't mean to. It's just whenever I saw the mask where they have the cucumbers on the eyes, I'm like, what are they doing? Like, do they have a snack for later? And it turns out that, okay, listen, I'm sorry, cucumber. Clarifying horn charm. This is one of many horn charms we get, and this one's really interesting. An accoutrement worn by the ancestral followers raises focus. Focus governs resistance to sleep and here's an interesting thing. I know we were talking earlier about sleep and madness as it being in opposition. Potentially, I was like, I don't know if they are. Interestingly, focus governs resistance to both. Actually, wait, one thing we did talk about. Oh my god, no, this is big. Sleep and madness have the exact same effect on you. You don't even take damage. You do from frenzy, but you mainly lose FP. That's a huge part of what happens. And that suggests they're way more similar than otherwise. Horn, this has to do with the ancestral followers. This is the first time we encounter them and the first time that we see things related to them. They wear them. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. It's very similar to the concept in Japanese myth of, these are ones I know of, but like there's definitely more. The Nekomata and the Kitsune. So Nekomata is a cat demon. Espeon from Pokemon is inspired by it with the twin curving, separating tails. So I was wondering about that. Because when I was a kid, I loved Espeon. I'm like, why has she got 2 tails and look kind of like a cat? She's based on a Nekomata. The Nekomata is a cat that is said to have lived 100 years, and when it does, an animal that has long lived enough basically takes on a new form. And that is really interesting. Because we also have similar myth with the Kitsune. When it grows old enough, its tail splits and eventually becomes 9-tailed, and it becomes a fox demon. So I wonder if that isn't something related. What ancestral spirits are then based on this talisman? You know, it's funny. I've never thought about what it might mean that they that they increase your resistance. Is what I'm trying to say. Horns are a thing omens are covered in. So ancestral followers, I'm not certain about them because they are largely they're kind of unknown, but they seem to worship buds. New life that becomes spiritual in a way. Japanese folklore has the same concept for inanimate objects. Actually, that's true too. That's, yeah, like swords that can take on their own personality and stuff. Okay, sorry. My brain, I didn't even realize sleep and madness resistance. So the horn inherently reduces. Okay. Let's take this further. I know this is linked to the ancestral followers, but let's think about things this can be related to with other things. Okay. Horns, omen, covered in them, right? They are literally riddled with them, and because of their current perception, a lot of people, myself included, for a long time bought into the idea that they were a curse. But they aren't a curse. They're just something that people from this area are sometimes born with. This is the crucible knot talisman. These knots appear in the body. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. There are others revolving around misbegotten parts like feathers, horns as well, but notably, here a horn, although it could also be the buds on it and not necessarily the horn itself, because the horn is budding. That's the key. All the other horns increase your resistance to various things because they are budding. So, but still, the fact that it grows on a horn is very, very notable and interesting, considering omen, their horns grow without end as far as we can tell. Their bodies are covered in them. And the perception of them has changed, but they have not. That's my TED Talk. Also, I want to read this real quick. 2 worship butts. Unsightly horned devils. It's cruel. They're just born that way, baby. Ring attack looks like a baldachin with light rays matching perfectly with Marco's bedchamber. I find that very interesting. Oh, that's cool. I did not... It's been so long since I fought Elven Beast. Which... Oh, the circle attack. That's interesting. Maybe Mega. Maybe. We'll see. I too worship butts. Don't get me started on butt lore. We're gonna be here forever. We're gonna start talking about Dung Eater again. We'll be here forever. Radigan Sword Seal, the upgraded version of the Star Seal. Now, Scar Seal. Well, we got this off an ancient hero of Zamor, which is really weird. Man, you call me in a lore vibe. I'm already getting distracted enough. I'll bring lore here in 5 weeks since I started playing this game. I'm really glad to hear that. There's no mention of shedding horns, implying they keep growing forever. Oh, good point. Okay, I will say, does anyone know anything about elks? I think elks lose their horns, their antlers. Can anyone confirm this? Any elk gamers in the chat? Anyone who knows? Anyone who knows? They do? Okay, I figured. It's interesting though. We're talking about like magical elk though, for sure. I say elks, I think it's just elk. In the spring. Huh. I think... Okay, is there any antler having figure that does not lose their horns? I think female reindeer do not lose their horns at all. I keep saying horns, sorry. There's a difference between horns and antlers. I'm being, yeah, thank you. Yeah, elk, deer, any animal with antlers shed, horns never shed. So goats do not lose their horns. No females have antlers? Reindeer do. Reindeer. The only, as far as I know, the thing about reindeer is that they have horns even if they're female, but they never lose them, whereas male reindeer lose their antlers in the winter. The reason I know this is because it's one of those hee hee, did you know? Because that means that Santa's reindeer would have to be pulled by all female reindeer because the males would lose their antlers. But we're also talking about flying reindeer, so, you know, whatever. But still, fun fact. Caribou. Are caribou antlers or horns? I think they're antlers. Female caribou also have antlers. They're only 3 to 5% will never grow antlers, but female caribou tend to have antlers too. Ancestral spirits horn talisman, because I think it says cut. No, I haven't gotten that far yet. Just learned antlers are technically bones. We talked about that. Antlers are made of bone. Yeah. Aren't caribou just reindeer? Are they? I thought reindeer were separate. Same species and share the same scientific name. Are you freaking kidding me? I had no idea. This is news to me. I had no idea that caribou and reindeer were the same animal. Okay, well that explains that. I think moose lose their antlers too, right? Oh, they sure do. Yeah, someone said if you look up pictures of shedding antlers, they are pretty scary looking. Yeah, they look all bloody, and it's apparently fairly painless. It just, you know, needs to get done. Yeah, it looks scary. Moose better lose them, they need a nerf. Moose are really scary. They're really big and largely chill unless it's their rut. Then they are very, very dangerous. Like, they will f you up. So, and they're huge. Also, the thing about moose is they are big enough that if you know, if you hit a deer with your car, it's sad, obviously devastating. But if you do that, you probably get your car totaled, but you'll probably be fine, and the deer won't be. Yeah, if you hit a moose with your car, the moose is gonna go home, and you're gonna potentially not. Moose are terrifying just because of how big they are. Yeah, they're scary. Full up a fully loaded bus? Yeah. Yeah. Moose are scary. People don't know how big they are. I've never seen one IRL, but they are huge. Yeah, they're the rune bears of real life. Oh my god. Anyway, all this to say, so caribou, aka reindeer, don't lose their horns. Antlers. Antlers. Use the correct word. Interesting, though. Saw a bear kill a moose across the lake on the other side. A couple had a wedding. Romantic. It was like a little smaller than a horse. That might have been a baby. And the moose ran him over? Oh my god. Okay, that's very interesting. Sorry, there was something about the immunizing. One second, I'm scrolling up. Immunizing horn charm says the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast. That's the same lore. It's the same lore. Yeah, they all have the same lore, which is part of the reason I kind of dismissed them a little bit. Where's my I don't normally use my mouse for this game. And okay, we gotta read more. All right, let's go. Actually, oh, yeah. So these guys, this is the first time they appear not in an Everjail. But they are right above a sealed elevator that was sealed with a stone sword key, and there aren't too many elevators that are sealed with stone sword keys, so that could be what was attempting to be hidden away. And what these I call these mentally, I call these eye or rock wardens. I don't know their real name. Do they keep growing? Maybe it sure looks like it. These ones explode, and these ones don't come back after they explode. They become inert. These ones do, though. The explodey boys appear in a couple other places. These ones, if they explode, ow, come back together. Oh my god. Literally a Mario enemy. And the eye opens and they explode. Dude, I just punched you one time. Why are you so pissed? And they drop ruin fragments when they explode. The ancestral slinky. Forget what they're called in Mario. I'm also forgetting what they're called in Mario now that you mention it. Pokies! Are there specific ones for the Pokies that... Are they all Pokies? I thought Pokies were the ones that just kind of... Thayrab, thank you so much for 26 months! Welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Please try out our new emote today. Raph Snake, I hope you will enjoy. It means a lot to me. I really like it. It sparks joy. Please enjoy. A precursor to star seeds. They're gravity-wielding, seemingly intelligent rock. They have an eye. There's definitely a hint of intelligence. They're potentially a precursor. The one thing about the Graven schools is that they're wearing the masks and the eyes are empty. They do not have eyes. They have crystal eyes. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Whoop. Rune fragments are part of crumbling Farum Azula. I believe so. That was always my assumption once I found Farum, but let's question that. Sorry, that's not it. Where is rune fragments? I'm having another bro moment. I would think it'd be with the stones. Why their eyes look so humanized? Do you really want to know the answer? Nah, there's definitely something weird going on with them, but I'm not sure what. It almost looks like they were locked away. First inventory space. Oh, they're throwable. I thought they were a crafting item. That's my bad. See, you can see how much I use them. Huh. I forgot to read this. Polished ruin fragment that shines brighter than rainbow stone. Emits light from the location it is placed, illuminating surroundings. The effect is short-lived and it lacks the diverse colors of rainbow stones. May serve some benefit in dark places or at night. Okay. Ruin fragment. Stone fragment found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky. Can be used for crafting or simply for throwing at enemies. So they are used for crafting! Those freaking dinguses. I get it now. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. They glow with a faint light from within. So, I really did think that was Farum Azula. And there's a lot of parts of Farum Azula that are temple-like. I personally just kind of concluded that that's just Farum Azula. But someone pointed out to me that a lot of the ruins that are in Limgrave don't match Farum Azula. And that's another interesting thing. Does this mean that there was another floating place in the sky? I wonder if there are quest lines that will lock you out of other quest lines. As far as I remember, not in this game, no. There are choices that you have to make, but they tend to be at the very end. So for example, Jaren and Selen. You have to pick one at the end. And it does lock you out, but it's not the same as in previous titles where you would literally pick one covenant and the others wouldn't speak to you. You had to choose. Ow. Magic crossbow. Are they using ancestral follower bows? Ow. It sure looks like it. Are those ancestral follower? Look, they're coiled. Look, they're coiled. Interesting. What's at the bottom? I'm too short. I think it's kind of sad they didn't do that for some quests, actually. Because of how big this game is, I get why they didn't, but I do miss having to make choices. Yeah. Sorry, show me your freaking bow. It kind of looks like ram horns to me. What's that glow, though? Enchanted by Celia Sorcery Tome? So is... Why? I'm really wondering. Do you have a curve shape which is similar to Flower Mozilla structures? Yeah, so... Apparently, according to them, keep in mind, I'm not an architecture gamer, but they said that the curve matches, but not the patterns on it. I don't know what that means. Could it be that an area in Farum... I still personally think it's Farum, but once again, I don't want to assume. Really believe joining Volcano Manor with fucking porn stuff? Me too! Kill him when he dropped the bow? No, he's just a guy. He doesn't drop the bow. Gravelstone here next to him? Gravelstone... found in lands once beset by ancient dragons are said to be the scales of those very beasts. I can't open my map right now, but we are very close to Fort Ferrith. And not Fort Ferrith, but the Dragon Barrow. So it's probably just related to dragons being around. Weathering, it's been thousands of years? Potentially. And craft some kind of grease with it. Dragon wound grease? Probably, because dragon beats dragon type in Pokemon. Have I ever messed around with... Sorry, what? I missed the initial message. Of course he had to fall because I'm short, huh? New Game Plus? Nope, this is a fresh playthrough. I just had someone drop some things for... Oh, it's already dead. I had a friend... That answers that question. I am pleased. Yeah, I had someone drop things for me so that I could do the playthrough without having to get, you know, hidden. Don't say Boggart during the Dung Eater quest. That's more about progression, and it doesn't really lock you out. You just don't get to talk to him a couple times. That's really it. There's very little consequences for progressing in this game, but yeah. The big-ass jar in Caelid? I wonder if the smaller jars didn't come from the bigger jar. I don't know. But it makes me think of when Alexander said he's a chip off the old jar or something like that. And I really wonder if it wasn't literal. You know? Magic Golem arrows are a super rare drop. They are? Oh, I didn't realize they were chance dropped. Okay. Great arrow of black stone, crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin, imbued with it. Nah, these are ancient follower. These are old gray arrows. Nah, these are straight up from the civilization of old. Likely from the ancestral followers, straight up. Oh my god. Black stone, though. Interesting. Memory stone, a black, lightly beguiling stone. Said to be a fragment of the black moon that once hung above the eternal city. It's not the same, but that's really interesting. Think of Radon's weapon? Also Radon's weapon. Let's take a look. Oh, I didn't get anything from... What did I get from Radon? I was looking at my inventory for Radon stuff and I couldn't find... I don't remember what I picked for Radon. Maybe the arrow? No. What did I pick for... Did I just not get a Radon item? It's possible, actually. We'll just have to go to Enya again. Golden Great Bow just mentions a similarly short description. Short, but very evocative. So someone... Okay. What's really interesting is that the way to the deep Shofar well was blocked off. But the Shofar River well was not. Secret Golem, hardest one in the game in Caelid? Oh yeah, I died to it a freaking ton in my first playthrough, yeah. Hello. You can now see the Knight of the Great Jars red summon sign. This really feels to me like a proto-covenant. I wonder, I don't know. I wonder if they had a plan for covenants to be in the game. The things that we encounter in this game, the jars, the Volcano Manor, figures like Selin, they do smack of covenants. Not perfectly. Bloody Fingers, a lot of these seem like they could have been covenants, and I wonder if Knight of the Great Jar wasn't a covenant. Also, the thing about the Great Jar, when we look at the Jar Wight, it's a puppet. He wanted to strengthen himself so that he could be consumed by the jar, and the Great Jar told him to get stronger, and then the jar would consume him. And I wonder if this isn't what these people are doing. They are strengthening themselves so they are worthy to be consumed by the jar. Potentially this exact jar. It's interesting. I want to be the Jar Covenant? I would love to. This isn't PvP, no. This is pseudo-PvP. These can be online builds. It's sort of like Fia's. But I'm offline. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally know that Phantom... Actually, that was a good example about immunity. Spawn immunity. Which a lot of people don't know about for Phantoms. Dishonorable, or am I just excited? That's what I feel people don't understand. I'm just very excited to get to the fight. I see someone red coming and I'm like... You know? You know what? I deserved it. This area is very strong for me. Yeah, that does look like Vorth's hammer, doesn't it? Optional PvP boss. Optional? I would love that. I would love an optional PvP boss too. To happen. More fun. There's nothing more fun than to parry a bloodhound. It's true. I would never use it up in a PvP. It is so freaking predictable. Uh-oh, we got a parrier over here. Old Monk, Looking Glass Knight, the one with the name from Dark Souls 3. It's a great mace, you have it? Yeah, but I don't look at maces because they're not my vibe, you know? Oh my god! The ultimate gamer. She's too good. I have to be really careful because I gotta beat 3 of them. And I'm but a mere goober, you know? I know it's a very strong weapon, but I am absolutely horrendous with the Bloodhound Fang in actual combat. It's very funny to me, because I use it because it's strong. But I'm really bad at slow weapons. Spear of the Church, Half-Light. Thank you, exactly. R2 taps? Yeah. It's just too slow. I'm not good with any slow weapon. Ever. Ever. Oh my god, Castorino. Give him some space. Oh! Wait, that didn't hurt. Did you just try to freaking bury me? Unbelievable. Look, he's pleased. He's shaking. He's shaking. Did you see? Rumbles happily. POV, me as a 2-year-old asking my dad if I could have a candy. I think I forgot to read this. I'm so sorry. POV, me looking at Mesmer? That's a different vibe, but oof. Can I get the rap snakes in chat, please? Can you imagine that Jar and Gold Mask in a rap battle? I just feel like he would win because he actually makes sounds. Have a handy snacks, cheese, and crackers? Wonder if there's lore for this giant jar or just something the devs found cool to make. I think there's lore considering Alexander, Jarberg, all this, but honestly, I'm not sure where to place the jars. But the fact that he has you defeat 3 people, 3 knights before you will be acceptable and you will receive an award is interesting. And you get the Great Jar's Arsenal. What's really interesting is you can see the mace that was used against me in it. I actually never noticed that. The default options. I wonder if all of the weapons are in there. I'm just not the greatest at looking at handles. A charm that resembles a great jar overflowing with weaponry. Vastly boosts maximum equipment load. The Great Jar grants this talisman to their warriors. Carry as much as you can. Grow big and strong. The jars give you presents that make you more jar-like. You get a jar hat from Alexander, the helmet, and here you get something that makes you like a jar. You can carry more. So it does seem like the jars have their own culture. It's just very, very mysterious. They like Golem to Magician faction. The thing about them is that they aren't golems, because golems are made of stone, but they're... Well, okay, to be fair, we don't know how golems are made here, but generally golems are made with pure stone. Jars, the reason they are alive is because there's people in them. Great Jar is gender neutral? Yeah, for once. More than one person? It's possible it's more than one person. But yeah, no, the reason the jars have people inside of them, that's why they have this personality from the ones that we meet. So, Great Jar is quite far from Jarberg, maybe an outcast. It's possible, but what I will say about the jar is that, I don't know about you, he might not be able to move anymore. Also, it's very notable that Alexander gets stuck in the ground a lot, even being his size. I think this jar might simply be stuck. Servant crafted by magician, like the original Jewish golems. That's a little bit more... Okay, so golems don't have a will of their own. They are from Jewish stories, yeah. But they don't have a will of their own. They are enchanted. I believe it's a scroll of paper inside their core that makes them come to life and obey who created them, but they don't have any biological parts. You're thinking more like the marionette soldiers, the dolls created to fight for people, for sorcerers. The great jars are hunted by magicians because they want their parts. Command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars unfortunate targets for poachers. So poaching normally means, like, yes, hunting, but I think that someone else made the jars. In fact, I wonder if it might not be related to old and the old civilization. The thing is, their seal on the top is an Erd tree seal. So maybe, I don't know, they could be something co-opted by the Erd tree. Find someone ready to Lucaria? Oh yeah, they seem to have taken some of them over, for sure. But this one is guarded by golems that use ancestral followers / old arrows. And this one was apparently locked away. It's a coliseum as well. And what he does is he wants you to fight to prove yourself. Maybe it's the old tree? The old tree has a distinct look that we don't see on the seal on top. Colosseum is associated with the Crucible. It's associated with... okay, so basically they used to fight for... I don't remember what the lore says. But the idea of fighting in the Colosseum had died out by the time of Radigan. So this is a pre-Radigan thing. You know what's interesting? Look at her hair here. Look at it here. Braids on the other side. They might be like, oh, it's because it isn't Marika, but I think it has to be. Because it is said when the age of the Erd Tree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. This is what is occurring here. I think it has to be Marika. But it's interesting that her hair is different. Her entire braid looks to be on one side and the other side. Wings? Which wings? I don't think they're supposed to be wings. I think they're supposed to be budding branches of the Erd Tree, which is not yet fully formed. They're not quite draconic. Marika before becoming a tool of the Order and Marika after, hence the hanging crucifix pose? Could be. Sculpture at the starting area? Do you mean the Chapel of Anticipation? Alright, bye Jar. He has something else to say to you. He doesn't even rumble. That's done. Captain Scion area? The thing is, there's a lot of statues of maidens. We are going to go back there and take a look, but not sure what that one is. Other talisman mentioned wings? Which talisman, sorry? Oh, I forgot to read this one again, sorry. This one we got in Celia Crystal Tunnel. Faithful's Canvas Talisman. Yo, if that doesn't look like all of them looking up at like a Baldachin's blessing. A talisman bearing an icon or an eye in the sky. Creepy. A talisman bearing an icon that depicts a group of masked figures raises potency of incantations. The figures represent the flock at prayer, their firm belief in the intangible inspiring even the solitary founder of their religion. What is faith if not an affirmation? So we get this around where the pests are worshipping. I was going to say, this looks very Veil-like, and now I'm looking at it again and wondering. Hit the jar and it starts walking? That would be amazing. But yeah, no, I'm not sure. I think the jar... I wonder what's up with the jar. He might have been locked up. All this entire purpose might have been to lock him away because he can't move anyway. So maybe an elevator. The only way to get to him is an elevator that was locked with stone sword keys. So it's weird. The other one drops from Gowry? Which one? Wait, what drops from Gowry? I thought he didn't get drops because you can't kill him. Talisman looks like it's made from skin. It does look very different from... Okay, so these are given to you by Millicent. And now I actually forgot. But these look like they're just like made of something. And then we got this that looks like skin. Inspiring even the solitary founder of their religion? Who is this supposed to be? Like, it does look god. It could be the rot priests made it in terms of I don't think it's Melania. She isn't the founder of the religion. A lot of cults worship her, the rot cults, but she hates those because they worship the part of her that is like a curse. Can come to the end of Millicent questline. Oh, I don't think I've ever done that. Two Fingers mentions wings at the end. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I just didn't know which one you were talking about. You can't, I'm afraid you can't say this one because I'm skimming through them so quickly and there's a delay. So if you say this one, I'll have no idea. Also, nothing about wings? Well, with the Two Figures. Oh, sorry, I read Two Fingers. Sorry. Yeah. This is okay. There's a lot of relation to Melania being a Valkyrie. There's tons of references to it, such as, yeah, the winged insignia. Her having wings. It represents Melania the Severed. She is pictured with wings even before she had wings in her transformed form. There's also the depictions of her. She's called the Severed Harpy by a hater in the Shaded Castle. There's I don't remember which item calls her a Valkyrie, but the idea of her flying is present in the game. It just refers to her. Can't spin it around? I know. I wish you could examine items. He drops the better version. He drops an upgraded Faith Talisman. That is news to me. So it sounds to me like the main source of faith in this game, in terms of talismans, is rot figures. Creepy. So it's interesting. First you see the wardens. Then, that are normally around Everjails. It's also possible that there was a broken Everjail somewhere around here and they're just watching what's left of it. Maybe there was an earthquake. I don't know. But they're always, these ones are always around Everjails watching. What's interesting is they don't interfere with the Everjail. They don't attack you unless you attack them, except for the exploding ones. That's what it is, E-Boy. Thank you. Yeah, one-armed Valkyrie is from Valkyrie's prosthesis. Oh, I should probably heal. I just noticed. No, but I wonder if there wasn't an actual Everjail here. Either way, we're supposed to get an image here of a figure that is being, you know, held away, kept away. I wonder, though. I don't think we see them anywhere else but here. I think it could also be a hint to the player. Like, hello, there was not an Everjail, but there's something that was locked away here. Killing them made each Everjail easier? I love that. I think it's actually true, though. Like, obviously, but I love things like that. That would be neat. Also, if you free Blythe from his Everjail, he doesn't care. Or they don't care, right? Oh, he fell. Evergel up top on this, on top of this cliff. Wait, this cliff? Maybe they fell. We'll have to see what you mean, because I don't recall that, actually. It's a little rude, but okay. Don't know why I bothered, I just felt like it. You were just too much to bear. It's true. This normally kills me, but... Yeah. I just look so... I feel so... It calls to me. It calls to me. Travel along the ledge, it leads to a battle mage's jail. Looking out for celestials? They do look like they're watching something. So I wonder if they are specifically made to prevent certain things from encroaching. Perhaps, also very notably, they are an eye and they use gravity magic. I wonder if they aren't keeping something away with that gravity magic. Almost like, wow, thanks. Like mini Radons, maybe? I don't remember where the Battle Mage's Everjail is, but let me try to recall, because that sounds familiar if it's near here. Fort Ferris along the ledge. Is that it? Let's go. How does closed captions work? To be very honest with you, that is a good question. I did what I could to activate them. They should just work, but I don't know if they actually do. Every time I've tested them, they don't. Oh! My camera! Aw, dang it. 1 second, gamers. This is happening again. I'm gonna have to get another dummy battery, it looks like. Don't worry, this happens. I just survived that jump earlier. You gotta do it right. I did it wrong. No. Come on. Come on, camera, I believe in you. Unfortunately, our replacement isn't ready yet, so I can't easily fix it. But normally it just takes a second. There we go. That should fix it. I heard it turn on. There we go. Perfect. All right. Sorry about that. It do be happening sometimes, but it's actually a pretty... Oops. Is that how you do that on PC? Control? Oh, that's silly. All right. I bet that was a little spooky with the screaming dragon and stuff. Professor Raff taking us kids on a field trip examining artifacts and discuss FromSoft lore is true. You know Animal Crossing? I saw this like on Twitter or something. I saw someone reference like someone did a tour of their town on Animal Crossing and they had turned it into a zoo and they made all their visitors dress up in like Japanese school children outfits. And then follow them on the tour. And it's like a kid's field trip to the zoo. And tell me if that wasn't the cutest thing I've ever heard. Love that idea. Miss Frizzle? Hell yeah, I love Miss Frizzle. Iconic. Hey, thanks for the follow. Miss Rizzle? Really cute Miss Frizzle cosplay. I love that. Seriously, love the outfits she had. Like, such an iconic figure, truly. Also, someone asked, is a sleeping dragon still there? I think so. I didn't kill any dragons here. Also, if I've descended into the abyss, then I hope Artorias is there, dog. So, these... Okay. This... It's a good point, because this is very close to here. But the thing is, this is different. These guys are around and attack Everjail. Even if they, like, fell off the cliff or something, they would not end up in the canyon. I think the canyon is a different seal. I think they're sealing something else away. Oh, I forgot. Did I get a dawn? I don't think I did this playthrough. We gotta do a dawn. See the stars and celestial beings, essentially looking up lookout keepers running starborn creatures to land. That could explain. Sorry, I did the thing where you panic roll and you get roll caught as punishment. I did not realize you could hit that so much. I truly got hammered today. Is this Saint Riot's build? Am I looking at Saint Riot right now? We kill him, and then we take his spirit. You know what, though? It's possible they're preventing anything from happening. Because, I don't know, it's hard because these are sealed with gravity magic. So I always wondered if these aren't related to the like a protective seal. Or perhaps they're batteries meant to like refuel the gravity magic. Because they don't care about anything you do. But they are looking at the sky. That suggests they're watching out for something that isn't you. You put them in a Pokeball?
Yeah, I caught Hughes and I put him in a freaking Master Ball, bro.
Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon the spirit of Battle Mage Hughes, who you freaking murdered in an Everjail, and then caught in a Pokeball. Hughes came from Celia. I don't know how to say his name, by the way. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Hughes, but then again, he's my pet now, so I can call him whatever the hell I want. Hughes came from Celia to study the Haima Conspectus at the Academy, where he became a battle mage. Haima scholars seek to quell conflict with cannon fire and the gavel, but Hughes developed a longing for it. I mean, they're weird on a good day. Pawn, if you will. I might. Hugways? Yeah, uh-huh. Beetle. Big beetle. I do love the big beetles.
Hughes is pronounced Huggoos.
Huggoos? Actually, technically, oh no, he's freaking dead. Then wouldn't it be Huggoos? Because if it's freaking fanatics. Huge Beatles fan right here. Another winged creature dying to gravity? Too many skill issues to count. My god. So in the first playthrough, I broke this, and it took me like an hour, and I'm pretty sure I cut it from the VOD entirely, because I was like, there's no sense in me keeping the freaking adventure to break this. That's the thing. Some things were quite funny, like me trying to break this thing, but they weren't that funny enough to keep, because the whole episode would have been me luring a dragon to that. You know, I do a little bit of hardcore trimming for sure. Pretty sure I know your sister? Me? Call a theory that beetles are Gideon's spies. Yeah, I had not heard that until someone in chat told me about it. I think we're gonna have to look at his symbol when we get there. Singular beetle that fights back in the capital. Oh my god, yeah, the one that suddenly gets big and he's like, you want to go? Frustration is funny in the moment, but as a presented video, it loses that quality. I agree. It's not... The thing is, it wasn't even that frustrating. Because I do keep things that... Like, I keep a lot of failure. I try to keep every single boss time I died to a boss. Almost every single one makes into the video. Because I want to keep, like, the struggle there. I kind of turned it into, like, death montages. But if it's not really frustrating, it's just like a grind. Like literally to get that dragon over there, you just have to stand there and wait. You stand there and wait. It's not funny or entertaining. So those I cut. Some frustrations are entertaining though. Another life Raph was a Valkyrie? What do you think I am not right now? Alright, what now? I don't have too much of a plan today. Let's get a little bit more. Oh. I should get some... How much strength do I need to use the Blasphemous Blade? Spell the same way it's pronounced? Uga? Uga? His name is Uga? Adon! Thank you. I want to do that for sure. Is he caveman? I mean... He literally started craving the bonk. I feel like, yeah, a little. Frustrating when you die, but it's kind of funny to go back and see all the deaths and montage. It just depends. It's not even, like, frustrating. But, like, acquiring... Like, my example is the dragon, getting him to break the statue. What content does it provide that I spend 15 minutes... getting a dragon to get me a stone? It does nothing for anybody. Malefactor's Everjail. Interesting.
Me name Huga. How doing you?
The fact that Battle Mage... Uga. Goodness me. Blasphemy Blade. Yeah. 22 strength. Okay, we'll level it up. We don't need the full, but still. Got it with a French accent? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know how to pronounce Uga with a French accent. You got Lieutenant? Lieutenant's done, yeah. So he uses a flail? He also wears the Fire Praetor garb, I think it's called, but altered. This is probably the flame he stole, by the way. We don't see that move until the Fire Giant. Oh dear. Hey, Ravs! Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Please, if you got a butterfly, make sure to say thank you and use Raph Snake because I love it. He does use another fire spell. Okay, okay. Woo! Thanks, Rob, for the hype. This fight added after release? Nope, this was in base. Oh, he got me. Oh, he freaking roll caught me. Did you see that? What a gamer. I don't think any fights were added post-release. They added a couple quest lines. They finished them, I should say. But I don't think any fights were added. Any enemies? So this is Adon, Thief of Fire. You'll never guess what he's in jail for. Flame of the Fell God. Tax evasion. Don't tell the IRS. Actually, it's really funny because you're right. Right over here, actually, we're gonna find a camp of IRS officials here to arrest him and likely make sure that he remains in jail forever. Because the thing about the Fell God's flame is you cannot give it back. Flame cannot be taken once it is given. because pyromancers, that's sort of the concept. A flame can be split. Okay, I know flame can go out, but we're talking magic flame, baby. It doesn't go out. NPC lets you do various quest line offline. You're right. That is the one fight they added. There is a invasion sign that you can activate in Altus. I believe in the Starcaller Ruins. We'll go there eventually. And it will involve you invading an NPC. This was added as a way to give people an offline way to complete Vare's 3 invasion requirements. Also in order to sort of future-proof it, one day when there's no online or if you don't have internet or whatever, you can still do the quest line. Yeah, so that's the only fight that was added. That's a good point. I totally forgot about that. Writhe Blood Ruins. Thank you. Yeah, I got confused. So these are the fire monks. They are likely all the way down here looking for... I don't know if they're like... Because they seem to know where Adon is. But it's possible they're not the ones who imprisoned him. It's possible they're just here to make sure that they, you know, there's no more. Very intriguing symbol. Fun Dancy Dance R2? Oh yeah, I think I remember that. World of the Online Elden Ring? That would be a very long time away. For sure. I mean, like, Dark Souls 1 is still online. So... Of course, I get him to die on his tummy, so you can't see it, but their armor has the Eye of the Fell God on it. Now, I just want to make sure they were cleared out before we read this, but here we go. Flame of the Fell God. This legendary incantation is one of several that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. Releases a ball of raging fire said to be inhabited by a fell god. The fireball floats toward enemies and explodes, setting the area ablaze. Arganthi, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Adon. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants, because the fire giants are not all dead. I think that they would no longer have anything to watch if the final fire giant was killed, because eventually the flame would become cinders. Well, the cinders would go down, I guess. They would die. Mage Sight, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. To the Everyday Rockworms, it's so funny that you say that, James, because I was literally talking to Carson today while we were making the emo. Well, he was making the emo. I was just sitting there being a goober. But he said the same thing. He's like, oh, I think they might be the same thing. And I was like, I never thought about that. But they are pretty similar, aren't they? I don't know what to think about it, because we don't know much about that figure, but it's an intriguing idea, for sure. All right, so this is our little camp. Stole someone's chili peppers? Yeah, I really wonder. So since the fire giant is dead, I think he was kept alive intentionally so that the fire giant's flame wouldn't die. And I think Marika did that personally. The thing about the giants, I wonder if Radigan even knew any were alive. I'm not sure. I wonder. Okay, based on the fact that Marika was able to shatter the Elden Ring, it suggests that Marika's mind is her own. She shares a body with Radigan, but their wills, thoughts, memories, things they are aware of are separate, which is why they are two separate individuals, not separate, you know, they're together and they came from the same being, but they still have separations within. That suggests to me that Radigan didn't know she kept a giant alive. I think she did it so her tarnished could return at one point and burn the tree if it was required. The woman is a genius, a tactical genius. She keeps she doesn't destroy her enemies. She keeps them alive in case she needs them at some point, and it turns out she planned right. If she hadn't done that, we would be in a gold mask ending situation. There'd be no way to break the Elden Ring, but she kept a couple avenues open, and I don't think anyone else knew. The thing is, too, Radigan was on the southern front. He was fighting in Liurnia. He never, as far as we know, never went to the Giants or the Giants area. Never fought the Giants. Never had any interaction with them. Never. So it's quite possible that Marika had Godfrey keep one giant alive just in case, and Radigan wouldn't know. Marika's Tyler Durden? Not really, because you gotta think more alchemy and rebus versus severe mental health issues. We're talking about video games, so we're allowed to do like they are literally two people in one. Tyler Durden is in hallucination. Giant War was way before Radigan, correct? I think he was around, but I really wonder. Okay, based on Mesmer having red hair, it sort of forced me at least to question a lot of different things. I think that Mesmer is likely older. He might be the firstborn. He might be the oldest child of Marika. And potentially with the red hair, Radigan. So, yeah, I don't know. I really wonder. I think he's pretty old, but it's weird because he came in at a random time. Goal, the purpose of the Rebus, just to have balance in the universe. The Rebus is a perfect being and is strongly associated with the same things as the Elden Ring is. It's the perfect goals of alchemy, the acquisition of immortality and the ability to make gold from lead. Those are like alchemical goals. The Rebus is also one of them, but they're linked really intrinsically. So if you're able to do one, you're able to do all of them. But in this game, keep in mind, I'm not super aware of all theory regarding the Rebus. But it seems to be, in this game, that a Rebus is required to be a vessel for the Elden Ring. Marika appears to be able to hold it herself, but I wonder if her split from Radigan isn't a part of the alchemical formula required for this. Seen as very cool within alchemy because of this? Yeah. So they're perfect beings with they're like the perfect human, basically. So anyway, basically Fire Giant kept alive. I think Radigan would have taken care of it if he knew, but he didn't. Else, I don't know how he could have overlooked that. It's also possible that he simply never went anywhere near there because he's like, ew, stinky, forbidden. Seems like the type. Probably their definition of the whole. All right, where to now? I'm not sure. But I'm going to use the restroom, so I'll be right back, okay? One sec. Hello. That's the wrong mic. Sorry. Hopefully my voice wasn't doubled up there. I do have 2 mics technically. Because it looked like the fire giants? No, I think Radigan knew about the fire giants. I just don't think he knew that one was kept alive. Van Hohenheim is a name that was in fact given to MC's dad in Full Alchemist. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. And it was actually really interesting to learn that Hohenheim was indeed an alchemist. Theoprasis Bombastus, my god, that's a name. Von Hohenheim was alleged to be a hermaphrodite. Oh, I didn't know that. That's so interesting. Sorry, I think it's intersex now. I forget. Eva Green? I don't remember who that is. Oh, her! Oh, man. I would have loved her to play Yennefer. Not in, like, the TV show, but I would love her, I don't know, some like a movie or something. God, she would make such a great Yen. It's really her eyes. She's got that, like, depth. Oops, wrong button. No. Listen, I'm talking about in modern terms, because the term hermaphrodite does have a place. Initially, it was, I'm pretty sure it literally comes from Greek myth. I looked it up. It was Hermes and Aphrodite's child. And there's a few different origin stories, but a lot of them allege that they were born intersex. So it's, you know, it has its place. I'm just saying in modern terms, we don't, like, you don't use a human, you don't use that to describe a person anymore. You know what I mean? But it's interesting. Yeah. No. Sorry, I'm just trying to find happy medium before with using the historic term, but I'm not applying it to real life human beings in modern time. Yeah. No, absolutely. Because it was a historical word. Admittedly, oops, that's the wrong controller. Admittedly, I don't know how it was used, and probably wasn't used positively if I have any ideas. But the god with the name was, I mean, one of his origin stories is really Monka, because he was forced to combine with a female nymph because she was being creepy, and then they became one. But a lot of them say that they were born that way. You know what I mean? Yeah, so modernly we use the term intersex because a lot of folks are born with both sexual organs, but not both are fully developed necessarily. It's a thing that happens in nature. So it's pretty interesting. Obviously, it's a little different with Marika and Radigan, right? Because they were, well, I don't know, actually. That could be part of it. That could be what made Marika special. Maybe. Now I'm wondering, because Marika was now listen, I'm not expecting like to see everything in this game, but it is interesting to note that Melania, we see her naked and, you know, it's just anime, you know? You're approaching my headcanon, there's something there for sure, no doubt. I don't know. That might have something to do with it, though. If Marika was intersex. Well, I don't know. Because you still have to... Maybe part of the alchemy was to take that part of her and make it whole, but then they needed to separate literally physically and be apart and then recombine? Yeah, no, I definitely think that Radigan was created by Marika. Where's my lights? Bluetooth mode. Do you mean George R.R. Martin? George R.R. Martin, I think he called this game The Elden Ring and said it was the sequel to Dark Souls. Because I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm just saying that, like, in terms of what we got and what we know about, that's Miyazaki. Martin said it's a great. The Elden Ring. It's a great little game. This is a sequel to Dark Souls, is what he said, I believe. His brother, J.J. Martin. Yeah, maybe. Probably never find out if Radagum is originally a part of Marika, but that's okay. I don't mind them keeping it ambiguous. Absolutely, I'm totally cool with it. Elden Ring is Dark Souls 4. Sorry, haters, but I'm afraid this is in fact Dark Souls 4. George R. R. Martin said that. So move over. Alchemists had all sorts of wacky ideas. They believed through the process of calcination that if you were to obtain the essential salts of an entity, you could practically use it to create a replica of the object. I mean, they're not salts, but ashes are used to create a whole. Cuckoo's Everjail. We're getting real big brain. Whoa! It's balls! I'm sorry, is it balls? Did I just hit his sword and it did damage? That's poggers. Oh, that's right! Get freaking ankled, gamer. Gray Blade Phalanx. So this is this called Cuckoo Everjail? You think the Cuckoos locks them in here? Because I really wonder. Sometimes the Cuckoos seem to be named after who is imprisoned in them. And sometimes, in fact, no, most of the time they're named after who is imprisoned in them. Weeping Everjail. Well, that's a little ambiguous. Forlorn Hound has a Bloodhound Knight in it. Celia Everjail. Okay, so they're either named after locations or who is in them. My eyesight is bad, so I thought it was Bob Kari Knight. I think they should change that. Don't remember such stuff exactly. Oh, you're good. We're memeing. Don't worry. We know who you meant. Now this game be connected to Dark Souls? They're not. They're different entities. Don't worry. Bradgan's related to the giants. How come he's not at all? So what if he's a manlet? Sorry. Okay. No, in all seriousness, it's possible that he's related in some way, but if he was always a part of Marika, it gets a little fuzzy. However, what's really neat about that is we already know that giants hated short ones of their own kind and thought they were awful. They hated short people. They canonically hated short people. Well, short giants. So it's interesting. Okay, so is this a cuckoo? Was this guy a traitor then? Maybe he was a traitor to Karia. It's possible. That's why he was locked up. Great Blade Phalanx, one of the sorceries of the Karian royal family, creates a defensive arc of larger magic glintstones over. Oh my god, magic glint blades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. Used by the enchanted troll knights. They were the comrades of the young Renala, bound by oath. So, young Renala, interesting. Bound by oath. Maybe they broke the oath. Maybe it's Eddie's. Maybe that's why they got put in jail. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, it's possible that they betrayed Renala, so they were locked up because they sided with this particular Ball sided with the Cuckoos. Or he was also a Cuckoo Knight and they arrested him. Cuckoos sealed him away so he couldn't defend Karia Manor. The thing is, like, we looked at some of these Everjails. I don't have like all the names, but most of them seem to have been named after who was locked in them or locations. try and enjoy the singing, gosh darn it. Analyze the singing bats. I have. Promise I don't speak Latin, so I'm reliant on other people's translations, unfortunately. I wonder if the rift on the shield is the same as in the Everjail? You mean the rift shield? It looks quite different. Well, you know what? We haven't looked at the rift. We gotta find another Everjail. Cuckoo's... Yeah, it's possessive like it was their jail. But, like, that's the thing. Does it mean that they own the jail? Or does that mean that a cuckoo is locked up in there? And someone who betrayed their oath and sided with the Cuckoo Knights could be considered a cuckoo even if they were a Carrion Knight. Also, it could be a pun because he's cuckoo. Because how dare you betray Renala? I'm kidding on that part. Any use for golden seeds aside from flask increase? Nope, just for that. Giants have their god on their stomach. Yes. Giants only want men who are 6 kilometers tall. Sorry, gamers. It is more like the Cuckoos owned it. It's just interesting that none of the others are named for who ran the Everjail, you know? They're named for who was hidden in them. What the hell are the cemetery shades? I do not know, and I wish I could. They sing in mourning about... What do we confirm? That they sing about not being able to bear children? Is that confirmed? I can't remember what part I misremembered and which part was there. They're lamenting. How they lost their home. The part that I always focus in on is their inability to have children. Cuckoo Knights may not have had access to the magic of the Everjail, so it's likely that it was a bunch of Carrion Knights who trapped poor Balls. I hate when Balls get trapped, brother. I've heard it's a serious issue for ball havers when they sit. They in the summer they can sit on them, and I laughed so like not laugh in spite, but I had one of those pathetic moments. I laughed in ovaries, as they say. You know, I was like, you could sit on your, you know. Notice that Bowls is blue. Bummer, dude. They can also get twisted internally. Ovaries can do that too. Anything that balls can do, ovaries can do. Like become twisted and require surgery. Not a laughing matter? Okay, listen, I don't even want to talk about... I don't even want to get into this topic because then I'll start talking about ovarian cysts and we will be here all day. Time to die, Bat Lady. Golden Rune 6. Very poggers. Retract and have to be surgically corrected? Goodness me. Twimsted? Twimsted. Not sure about testicular cysts? Oh, they exist. I don't know how common they are, but the fun part is you'll go to a doctor and they'll just be like, that sucks. And I'll be like, okay, can you do anything? And they're like, no. Just come to us if it bursts. And you're just like, okay, but what if it bursts? And they're like, well, it'll hurt really, 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 really bad. You might require emergency surgery, but in the meantime, eh. Lol. They exist? I'm not talking to you anymore. Balloons over the lake also carry rune 6s if you pop them. I actually did know that, but I forgot. That's really neat. Oh no, they can tell what it is. They can tell based on scan technology what it like. They know if it's like oofers. You know what I mean? But it's just one of those fun little things. They can tell the difference between something that needs immediate treatment pretty well. Shite doctor? Here's the thing. If one doctor's shite, then I've met a whole lot of really, really, really bad doctors because I've never gotten better advice about those. It's like feeling for boba. Stupid. They put your balls in a big laser cannon and can see everything? Yo, y'all got a laser cannon? Maybe all the doctors are bad. The truth is that there are a lot of bad doctors out there, yeah. No, but in all seriousness, I'm being a little facetious here, but the reason they do that is largely because cysts will most of the time self-resolve. And in order to do surgery to remove them, it would be major with a ton of recovery. So it's not worth going in to surgically treat or remove them when they will most of the time resolve on their own. So, admittedly, that one makes sense. But when you're sitting there like, ow, hello, I am at emergency because I'm in pain, and they're like, it's probably just lady problems. Bye. It doesn't not smart, you know? Some doctors even misplace babies. Stop. So then you're like, well, it's more... Major surgery is major. It takes recovery time. So I'm not even trying to be like anti-doctor here. It's just the point is that if a cyst will resolve largely most of the time on its own, doesn't require intervention, then you know, not going directly to surgery. It's just most of the time they're right. It's just, you know, it sucks if you're in pain. Sometimes you have to wait and see. I can't help but notice though, you know, the reason that I know, listen, I'm sorry about this topic, but you brought it up and now you got me thinking about it. I know someone who dealt with a similar, like with a cyst in his testicle, speaking of which, actually. And it was bad. And well, he got pain medication and help. And I was like, wow, that must be nice. I was like, oh wow, they just told me to take a Tylenol and sleep. Semi-misogyny? Yeah, definitely the whole thing. The people with the worst. Yeah, no, it gets really depressing when you talk about it. So instead, I'm gonna just go back to talking about lore because it's gonna make me sad. You know what's sick? One thing that's actually pretty incredible. The surgery in the lands between is so advanced that Godric is able to graft multiple different limbs onto himself and dragon parts into himself without ever dealing with rejection. They are seriously masterful surgeons in this place. Dude, Godric? Honestly, I know he's a little wackadoodle. And maybe this isn't the best idea. I would let him be my doctor. I'm not a tarnished. He doesn't have to take my parts. Except rejection from his dad. There's a really good roast built in there. Hang on. Yo, Godric, you never dealt with rejection from your limbs, but you dealt with rejection from your whole family. Ooh. I already killed Godric, but if I didn't, he'd be donezo right now. Ash of War, Lifesteal Fist. I forgot to read this. Who dropped this? A slow control... Wait. Skill that demonstrates mastery of the art of controlling vital energies. Who dropped this? Does anyone remember? Was the doctor named Vare? Yo, I would not trust Vare as my doctor. Imagine Vare is a doctor. You walk into his office and then he's just like,
I see you are maidenless, so we don't have to test for STIs. Excellent.
and you're just like, what? How did you know just by looking at me? Just bite onto something? Cruel. Scarab and Kaled. Oh, so no one drops it. Who gives it to me? Or not who gives it. Who uses it on me? Because I remember someone using this in this game. There is an NPC or somebody that uses Lifesteal Fist. A slow, controlled punch with an energy-infused fist that renders foes unconscious and steals their HP. Only effective against foes of human build. The bell-bearing guy? Ensha? It's Ensha! Thank you. I knew I saw it this playthrough. You know what? That's the thing about Vare is he doesn't realize that I'm never maidenless because I am a maiden. Take that, bitch. Know what I'm saying? Okay. Where is the chest that did I pick up did I ignore the chest that had the other thingy? I think I did. Something Dark Race from DS1 would use. In fact, it is 100% the same thing they use, except they use it to drain humanity. But it's literally the same thing. Looks like Lifesteal, but I don't think it is. What is he using? Are we sure? That maidenless from Vare always hurts. Ensha is a Gravelord in the wrong universe. It's true. Okay, we gotta go here. This is a big one for various lore and story quest progression. Makes me sad it doesn't un-Runark host. That would be cool, but niche, because not everyone is Runarked. It still would be cool. Bell-bearing hunter. Oh, okay. Thought Ensha was a girl for the longest time. Funny enough about Ensha. Just also a feminine name. But apparently, according to Zuli, they use body type B. So, I had a similar thought. Also, nascent butterflies, often affiliated with Mikola. Here's a fun little thing, too. If you defeat that boss, the Scion, which I never have, nascent butterflies are here meant to entice you to fall into the, into this and die. If you stand there, which I will when we leave, you fall and you die. So Nicola. Can I just say something? I'm actually allergic to nickel, so I don't know if I'm down for this Mikola fellow. It sounds too similar. I wonder if it's... But the thing is, we can't progress our journey without taking that dip. Because even if you lose to this guy, you'll notice you hear your body fall and then hit water. Camera gone? God damn it! Okay, I gotta change my thing, but okay, we're just gonna take an L here. It's whatever. It's whatever, brother. You have fun. You have a good time. Sorry, gamers. I gotta change my dummy battery, clearly. It's not working anymore. Yeah, you're having a good old time. You dinky Scion, huh? You're having a good old time, yeah? Bitch, how am I not dead yet? Why do you suck at this? Like, I'm literally not even paying attention. Come on. Yep. Okay. Unplug again. Alright. 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 Come on. Come on, camera. Come on. I restarted you twice. I'm trying to do this with one hand on the controller. Yeah. Yeah. Camera dead. I know. We're having a moment. Okay, fine. 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 Actually suck at this sometimes. Alright, I think the camera might just be borked. Eventually it gets to a point where I can't fix it. I do have a backup dummy battery, but it's not working right now. Or, well, it's working, it's just packed up. Alright. Yo. What if I hide over here? He'll never catch me. He'll never catch me. He will push me. Come on. One more shot. Unplug everything. Okay, now he seems to have figured out the route, huh? Dang it! Oh, what the heck? Oh, weird. Come on, baby. Come on. I heard you turn on. Give them a break, they're just kids? Boys will be boys, am I right? Alright, gamers, I can't fix it. I've done my usual fix. I think I need to get the new dummy battery. One sec. I'm glad I got a backup because I knew this would happen at some point. It happened with the old one. Dummy batteries are cheap. Alright, let me test this. Come on, baby. I believe in you. I believe in you, camera. Freaking hard mode out here. That wasn't so bad. Okay, so I have a backup dummy battery and I just straight up replaced it. So it looks like the old one just started to go. Now, literally when I say started to go, it's probably the wire. So basically I have like an outlet thingy and it plugs into that and then it, you know, anyway, we look good. We're good. We're good. Sorry about that though. Normally just a quick reset makes it fix. And then I still have the actual dummy battery part. What if Mesmer is guarding the area leading to where Mikola is? The thing is, it's possible, but Mikola is a new visitor comparatively to the Land of Shadow, versus Mesmer, who seems to have been there longer, but we don't know. We know nothing. We know nothing. It's just he rules there, right? He's on a throne. His realm appears to be Land of Shadow. But I don't want to assume. Maybe his realm isn't just the entire Land of Shadow. Maybe his realm is very specifically a realm within the Land of Shadow. So for example, like, yes, Limgrave is run by Godric. And according to the trailer, Miyazaki, in an interview when the trailer dropped, he said that the size of the Land of Shadow DLC is going to be about the size of Limgrave. So it does sound like there's not enough room for more than one ruler, right? Because here, Godric runs here. Weeping Peninsula is technically still part of Limgrave, but it's run largely by Edgar at Castle Morn, but he's a vassal of the ruler of the Lord of Stormvale. Or Castellan, whatever. Then we have Caelid with Radon.
Raft to dummy battery. Why are you like this?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of was. I don't know what the problem was, but we fixed it. We're good. New wire, who dis? I always get a new battery, a new backup battery, so we have Like, it could be the wire, it could be the part that plugs in, it could be the battery itself. I don't know. Disappointing in my opinion, too small area. Limgrave is very big, actually. Like, I know what you mean. But that's also what they said. When the game released, they said it would take you about 30 hours to beat it. So, I don't know. It looks like it has the capability of being very complex. Also, they said, I think we're likely to see multiple, what do you call it? Like Stormvale's, legacy dungeons where you can't use torrent. In Limgrave, we have 2 with Castle Morn and Stormvale, and technically Fort Height. But other than that, it's mostly open area. Okay, yeah, okay, the Cave of Knowledge versus the Stranded Graveyard, the Fringe Folk Heroes Grave. But honestly, I really think that this is going to be pretty promising. But I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, generally, the demigod runs the area. So it's likely that Mesmer's ruling the area. And if he's ruling the area, that means he is there, body and soul. Unlike Mikola, who is a spirit. Now, spirits are not necessarily weak, but they're limited. They need help traversing, which might have something to do with Torrent's presence. Or, I shouldn't say Torrent. I think it's safe to assume it's some form of Torrent, but how does it make sense that Mikola... Okay, if Mikola has Torrent, he can't be the previous owner. Unless he's, like, making freaking clones or something. I don't know. God, that's so pretty. Melee looks a little scuffed when you zoom in. Just a touch. It looks a little pixelated. Underground area? Definitely. Limgrave has around 40 bosses total, no? I don't know. FromSoft didn't show the final boss and other tough bosses in the trailer. The thing is, I really think they might have shown us the Maria. I think Mesmer's the Maria. So that would be the second last boss and the boss that hides something really significant from us. But generally, the bosses are so high quality in DLC. It's not really about the size of the area. You know? So I don't know. Either way, I really think that... I don't think we're going to be disappointed. I really don't think so. But I think Mesmer might be the sort of ruler of the Land of Shadow that we enter. I don't know what that means, though. Really. However, him trying to hide something from us, considering the Realm of Shadow is literally veiled and hidden in the first place, I really wonder. It's not all about size. It sure isn't. It's not the size of the area, but how they use it. Exactly. Oh, but seriously, like, size doesn't have everything to do with it. Bloodborne DLC is like a fraction of what Bloodborne is in terms of size, and it is the best part of the game. And I love every inch of Bloodborne, damn it. Okay, really neat here, by the way. The Chapel of Anticipation has gold flowers. You only see gold flowers like this very close to the Erd Tree in Leyndell or near Golden Seeds and the trees and in Godric's Arena. It's pretty interesting. But here, this looks like a burial spot. This looks like a graveyard. Like, people are buried here. We'll take a closer look in a sec. I can't believe I'm not the one being phallocentric for once. Yeah, buff those blades, boy. Oh. Really cool weapons here. Ornamental straight sword. Slender straight sword patterned after an antique ornament. Superior swordsmen prefer to wield one in each hand. After falling from grace, the dregs of the golden lineage sought power and purpose in the past. Aww, it's a little sad. Wonder if holy damage will be weak in the DLC. I wouldn't be surprised if it's better because, I don't know, FromSoft, I think they know that a lot of the late game bosses are resistant to it, and I feel like they might have, you know, fixed something up. Is it Tarnished Grave? I don't think these are tarnished, but they could be. Maybe they're people of the golden lineage. We do see Sirash's iconography here, the lion. And then I'm not sure what else I'm seeing. Do I see serpents? It's really, to me, that just looks like a pretty bow. I'm gonna be honest. I can't tell what I'm looking at here. I'm afraid. We also got, right here. Here, I want to look at this. And then I wanted to look at this. Shield of dull gold with a beast engraved as its crest. Lighter than most great shields and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted is Sirash, aged counselor who guides the golden lineage. This thing looks weird. It looks like heavily entwined with roots. I'm not sure if if we have generally seen things similar to this. We probably have, but nothing is coming to my mind. It almost looks like, are those fucking eyes? It looks like it's got two eyes at the top, and then it descends into just roots and like tangled roots. How about Sirash if he was as if he were a person? What's interesting too is even though he is a beast, he's very, very intelligent. So and keeps Godfrey calm. The top two look like serpents. I don't see serpents. I do see eyes though. Are there any actual spider boss in Elden Ring? Can't recall it. I don't think so. This is the closest we get. Tree Marika, Lion Godfrey, Wolf Radigan, Glintstone Ray Lucaria. I won't even say Wolf Radigan though, because Radigan, the wolves and the shadow-bound beasts, they're all wolves. Blythe, Malekith. Presumably there's others, but they're wolves. And then we have the spirit collar bell, the statue of a figure with 3 wolves around them in Malekith's arena. There's something else going on with wolves for sure. I don't think they're perfectly associated with Radigan. He does have the red wolf of Radigan. I'm not quite sure what to think about those. He leaves them, if they are all his pets, he leaves them in places to watch over them perhaps, like not to protect them necessarily, but potentially to keep an eye on them. However, what is the purpose? The Red Wolf of Radigan is a required boss if you want to defeat Renala. You have to defeat it. It could be seen as protecting Renala, but I wonder if that's the purpose. It could simply be preventing anyone from accessing Renala. Look at Margit, or Morgott as we know now, preventing the Tarnished from accessing Godric. He's protecting him because he could otherwise be vulnerable. That's why Morgott is protecting Godric. He doesn't care at all about Godric otherwise. He considers him a traitor. Willful traitors all, including Godric the Golden. Yet he's still protecting him. So I wonder what the purpose of the Red Wolf is. Do you know who Gideon's maiden is? No. No. I mean, there is that lady that there's implied like a love thing. Oh, on the grave? I do see serpents here, for sure. Like 2-headed serpents going in, but I can't tell what I'm looking at. Honestly, it's a little too eclectic. This is lost. I'm really glad you're enjoying the lore dive. Actual spiders like Freya? Oh my god, don't talk to me about Freya. I'll get too excited. That would be... I would love that. I would love that too. Yeah, what's funny is the Grafted Scion is recalled to... is called a spider by Roderica. Serpents have a connection to the afterlife. As far as we know... No. Serpents have a connection to sin, betrayal, and cardinal sin, specifically. Yeah. Cardinal sin and betrayal. Morgott, Mo, Godwyn, and Godric are brothers. Godric is not a brother. Godric is related to the Golden Lineage, but he's distant, which means he's further and further away. But the rest of the 3 are, yeah. Lions from English standards? Yeah, I don't know whose graves these are, but they are important, and they are lined with gold, and Marika, the statue of Marika, watches over them. Okay, ornamental straight swords, neat. That is a depiction of Siraj. Other than that, I am kind of intrigued by the wing-like iconography at the all the corners. I know it's rounded, but the corners of the shield, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that supposed to be a winged serpent? Framiness? I think it's on your end. I'm not dropping any frames. Shield is complete block? Yep, 100% physical, yep. Truly are seeing snakes everywhere? I am. But whether you see snakes or not, I see wings. For sure, wings. Interesting. Then, looking at that, what do we see in there? I can't really parse too much, but just, there's a circle. Neat. My hair clips through it. Poggers. It's like a wolf or lion. The animal in the center is a lion. It depicts Siraj, for sure. I'm talking about the rest of the shield and the bottom parts. The bottom parts, I don't really see any animals. Does anyone see an animal in those? What's really interesting here, though, is we have this, like, nodding going up, and then it syncs with the top circle. It's not quite a figure 8, but it is creating this loop, right? There's a circle above, and then it ties into the circle below, which ties into the circle above. Celtic nodding. Yeah, I was wondering if it's Celtic. I'm not super aware. It looks like it to me, but I'm a complete novice. Does anyone have any more insight? Because that's what I'm seeing. Map clock is round like that. Different symbols. The center part is missing. That's the key part, if you ask me. It looks similar to what's on the Everdrails, too. All right. It's like Celtic nodding to me. Yeah, it's just... I don't know enough. I need to compare some pictures. A lot of Elden Ring has Celtic inspo. It sure does. It sure does. I just don't know enough to know what parts, but I know it does. You seem smart. Nice. I fooled you all. Just kidding. What's up? All right. This is a good time to get a good look at this portrait again, the statue again. She looks as if she is blessing. Like when I see a palm outstretched like that, I think to offer something or to pet or to offer a pet. She also seems to be reaching towards something like quite literally maybe to grab it. Something for her. I do say her generally looks feminine. Really interesting. It's green. Green stone. The pet Blythe or Siraj. Can I get the raft pets in chat, please? If you're a sub. This is likely our maiden. She left a note. Approach for holy head pats. Yes. And then this door is open now. This is not open at the start of the game. Makes you wonder who the heck was here, considering there's clearly a way to get here. We wake up here. And then on top of that, there's someone dead here. Now, was she murdered? It's possible. It's definitely implied. Or did she die from waiting? Did the tarnish take a long time? Alright, we got 2 Stormhawks here. Very notable. No, she got murdered. Yeah, I forgot about the blood. I was gonna re-examine.
I don't know. It looks like she's dead to me.
Yeah, no, definitely murder for sure. Connection to the Vikings? Is another... AOK, as I recall, is another name for Ireland? Really? Gosh, I love getting to fill in the blanks of my knowledge. That's so intriguing. All right, so let's look at these ashes. Number 1, we get the Stormhawk Dean. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Use to summon the spirit of Dean the Stormhawk. Spirit of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormvale long ago when the true storm raged. Its cries embolden its fellows in battle, and the tempestuous winds that encircle it shred through foes. And then we also got the Stormhawk King. Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign, back in the days when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. It's really interesting. This is a special item. It looks like it's got something behind it, but I can't see it well enough. People said the grafted scion did it because there's a hole in the ceiling. Let's take a look. I will note that they do seem to appear in places where there are holes in ceilings for sure. The thing is, honestly, I'm going to be real with you, I don't think that fat ass could fit in there. Additionally, it also couldn't fit through here, so what's the purpose of opening this door? Now, it could be a gameplay thing. Things changing when you enter an area again, depending on how much progress you've made, can change the world and the circumstances of it and what you see in it in FromSoft games. But usually it's because something about you or something changed it otherwise. So, I don't know. It could just be, hee, don't worry about it. We opened the door so you can get new stuff. Now, I don't know. This to me just looks like Stormvale architecture. I feel like we've seen this similar stuff here. We have a banner with Siraj on it. We have that figure over there. Let's take a look at that statue. Old Irish, I don't know how to say it, which was used for the word horse. Interesting. Holding hand looks like absolution in Christianity, forgiveness of transgressions. Could be. This is a chapel of anticipation. I guess it's not marked. It's just when we come in, it says chapel of anticipation. So what are they anticipating exactly? Us? That's the statue people were saying could be Mesmer? You know how I'm seeing snakes everywhere? I feel like others are seeing him everywhere with their spears. I mean, he do be having a spear. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I will say, Mesmer's spear appears longer. I know it's not just about the size, but I will say, I mean, this looks like a little dinky pokey spear, you know? He's got like a freaking blade on that thing. Stormhawk King, the one who Godfrey faced alone, or is it someone else? I don't know, because when I see Stormhawk King, I think, is that the Lord of the Storm? But, so do the Hawks, like, do they have their own nation here? Or perhaps it might be talking about Plasudasax, and the Hawks followed the dragons, just like the Beastmen did, you know? I don't know. It's something I'm not sure about. More lions. I think there's more lions here than we see anywhere else. Look at this. Twinned lions this time. In fact, there's a lot of twinned lion. Wait, look at that. What's that? It's a capybara. No, but in all seriousness, what do you think that is? That's definitely another animal. And it's coming out of the tree? Do you see how it's got head and ear, and then it goes down and it's in this little tree? Could they be deer? So one thing I talked about way back when, I'm talking first playthrough stuff, that I don't remember if I mentioned, like, I don't remember it, but I know I talked about it at some point. Deer are really important in Norse myth. Female lion could be. It's just the face looks really different. In Norse myth, the animals, there are various deer that live on the world tree. I believe there's 9 of them. And I don't remember their exact role, but I think they're meant to protect or observe the branches or something. They live on the higher parts of the tree. Other animals associated with the world tree, there's wolves with Fenrir. Fenrir is sort of an antagonistic figure, a child of Loki, and is currently chained up until Ragnarok starts. Then there's also Nidhogg, who is a dragon who chomps at the roots of the tree perpetually, and when it chews through, Ragnarok begins. It's the first sign of Ragnarok. I don't think these are deer. I'm gonna be real, all I see is capybaras. I cannot unsee capybaras. But I don't know what the heck capybaras have to do with this. It's just interesting to know that the deer are sort of these forgotten Norse creatures because they have so much stuff about wolves and... Oh, it's the Elden Ring. It's the old Elden Ring. Like at Farum Azula. No, look, right here. We got the Elden Ring, and then we got all that extra root stuff at the bottom. Alright, we're in the tutorial. We found the Elden Ring. Pack it up, boys. We're done. Collect all items this playthrough. Not all items. Because goodness, but I want to get as close as possible. Carving is also on the bottom of the Radigan Ismark statue in Lane-Dell. Interesting. Anywhere else? Morgoth's spear is the tree spear? Yup, yeah. Also...
Oh no! The butterflies tricked me!
Dogs were depicted as such in Roman mosaic art. Were lions depicted similar as they are there? Because that could be a dog. It could be that easy. Seen it somewhere else, but I forgore. Understandable. Let's take a look at these. Guy, hands on chest, growing or standing in mess of branches. So I'm still missing one imbued key. So I can't go to all three right now. One's in Caelid. Where in Caelid? Someone told me Caelid and I can't remember where. Celia? Is it in Celia? I think it's in Celia. I think it's sealed in one of the doors. You know what? Got a Baldachin's blessing on you. No, probably not. Dog thing is a stretch, personally speaking. Yeah, but you gotta think what animals could be depicted. Right? No. Like, we can't look at it and be like, oh, it doesn't look like a dog. Because have you ever seen a painter try to make a freaking cat? My god. I know what you mean, though. We're keeping an open mind. Just probably, like, pushing some ideas forward. I forgot to get this. Alright, so do I have to, like, unseal the thingies or whatever it was here? Oh, I guess I already did because I broke the seals. I just had to find them. Night Comet. Very neat. Gotta be a little bit more thorough here. That'd be down arrow on health? True. Folded stone curtains on the belfries resemble the same style of folded curtains shown on the Baldachin's blessing. Oh, I didn't even notice the curtains. We gotta take a look at that for sure. I should pick one up. Yeah, we'll take a bit more damage or whatever, but who cares? Like, we'll be debuffed is what I'm trying to say, but it doesn't matter to me. We can take it. We got the forbidden runes. There it is. Okay. Sorcerer with the steel chair. There's a lot going on there for a bit, but I ain't scared of these bitches. You know, there is something interesting here for you folks who are really into the flower lore. If I can remember where the heck it is. I believe in one tucked away little corner there's a Michaela's Lily in here somewhere, but I may have just... Maybe I forgot. Alright, Night Comet. That. There's a couple of stuff on the rooftops we kind of jump down to. We gotta fight the other people too, the Nox figures over here.
No!
So I wonder if these guys aren't potentially... I don't know if they're puppets or not, or if they're simply ghosts that are protecting their land. I personally think they got freaking deaded by Radon. Staff of Loss. Well, by Melania when she rotted. And she bloomed, I should say. It wasn't because of Radon, but Radon was fighting her at the time. Staff missing its glintstone, wielded by sorcerers who believe that discovery comes through acts of asceticism. This staff only distinguishes itself when casting invisibility sorceries, but that is reason enough for some to wield it. So the best way to hide is via no glintstone. Spelljoy Talisman, they all have the same lore, but I don't know if I even read the initial one, so we'll read it. Ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. Honestly, that's probably Pseudosax. I can't imagine who else, like really, when it comes to the Lord of the Dragons. But considering he's also associated with storms, I wonder if he's the Lord of other things. What's your favorite build in this game? I like Dex Int because my favorite weapon... My two favorite weapons are very different. One is the Hoslow Pedal Whip, but I like that in PvP. It's torture using it in PvE, unfortunately, which is really sad. But in PvE, my favorite build is Int Dex because I like Nebula as my favorite weapon, and you can also use some spells if you want. I haven't found a better weapon, I'm gonna be honest, so it's still my favorite. But Bloodhound Fang is really easy to get, so you'll notice I tend to use it in a lot of runs. A duo of blue ancient dragons. Have we gotten blue ancient dragons? I really wonder. I guess glintstone dragons, considering their very depiction is riddled with glintstone. Interesting. Helfin Steeple? Very nice. It's beautiful. Gotta use those more. Oh, Night Comet. This is a big one. I just wanted to stop getting attacked constantly because it's annoying and loud. But we get this in Celia. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, fires a semi-invisible magic comet. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. I gotta be real with you. There are way too many groups of assassins in this game. And I'm only half kidding. So the Celians were assassins. The Raven Mount assassins are assassins. The Volcano Manor are assassins. At some point, y'all, like, the point of assassins is that they are hired to kill somebody, usually, right? Bro, you got, like, in terms of, like, the free market and whatnot, y'all got way too many suppliers and not enough customers. There's like 6 different assassination groups. That's just off the top of my head. The Black Knives, they're assassins. Like, holy heck. Although I really don't think they work for just anybody, so I guess that makes sense. You're right though, for real. I think there is a golden, or not a golden, but a scarab somewhere here too. Get off your horse button? Okay. So the button to get off your horse did not work for some reason, so I just absolutely ate it. Why does Rey Lucaria admit sorcerers from Celia when they specialize in killing wizards? I think they might just be stupid. No, in all seriousness, it looks like they wanted people based on what they considered merit. So it looked like it didn't matter where you were from. I also wonder, the fact that they wear those helmets, it masks them. They literally cosplay. Imagine every single day of school, your uniform is someone else's face made of stone. Do you know what I mean? Like, literally, they cosplayed as the founders of their schools every single day. It also serves to make them uniform. Like, yeah, uniform in the sense of wearing a uniform, right? But literally, their masks were hidden. I really wonder if it isn't sort of a symbol of it doesn't matter where they come from. Because when they don the robes and the stone mask, they become Ray Lucarian scholars. It's also possible they lied. Alright, I got another scarab. I think it was cerulean. I already blanked out. Interestingly, the eyes upon them are different. I never looked at them too closely, but that is noticeable. Yura is an assassin who assassinates hired assassins. That's a good point. That's a good point. What's interesting is he tends to protect... He protects you and then you help him later, too. It's really interesting. No one cared about my thesis till I put on the mask. Exactly. I don't think the sorcerer ghosts left behind here are Celians, though. They don't use night sorceries, right? It's possible they did something similar to what happens at Caria Manor and they turn them into puppets that could protect. Considering that Renala and the Carian royal household descended from the astrologers and the Nox also did, therefore the Celians did, I wonder if they just didn't have some similar history that they were able to equip. But I don't know. It's possible. Okay, so let's say you grew up doing night magic and then you go to this special magical school and they give you a stupid hat that looks like some other guy's face. And then you're like, oh, dude, you're going to use the new spells. Do you know what I mean? So it's possible that they're using what's best. Although there are figures here who use Night Comet. I just realized. Near the prison. Oh, I didn't read the scarab. Clumps of cerulean tears during their labors. Increases damage taken. So only this one talks about the as a scarab approaches death thing. Well, so far of the two I have. But seems like it won't be. We don't know anything about Mikola yet. Like, we know a fair bit, but we don't know his role in the DLC. So far, we are following him. We don't know what that means yet. I wonder, have we ever followed anyone in a DLC before? Has that ever been the express purpose of our journey?
Thank you kindly for giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
So even these are further away. Glintstone Stars, one of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Interesting. A sorcery of the Olivinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Celia, Town of Sorcery. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Swiftly fires a semi-invisible projectile. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, as they said they often hunted their fellows. Night Maidens Miss, so this is used exactly by the Nox Maidens. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maidens of that place. But when we kind of follow that guy Simon. But what's really interesting, okay, I'm thinking about this now, because Elden Ring is doing something different. Dark Souls 2, we choose to travel somewhere else, for sure. And there's all this stuff about how this is a scary place, don't go, and we go. In Bloodborne, we get dragged in. In Dark Souls 3, you get dragged in. In Dark Souls 1, you get dragged in. You know, there's very much like literally you get tricked or straight up pulled in by another force. So, Elden Ring so far seems to be doing something rather distinct where you're not trapped or tricked or dragged in against your will. And like you could leave anytime. Like it's not like you're literally as a player trapped. But you know, there's something to be said about this. Reenacting or investigating the deeds of Vendrick. Definitely. But it's a little distinct because we didn't hear about this. Well, then again, you could say that for this. We didn't hear about Marika's journey either. So, no, absolutely. It's pretty related. But then there's that dialogue about like something see you in the land of shadow or whatever. There's a voice that speaks to us. So it seems like someone is telling us to go, right? And saying they'll be right there or whatever. We don't know who it is yet. I don't think the voice is super recognizable yet, but it's pretty interesting. Millicent paid a visit.
Oh, you noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Creepy. Gonna buy his wares.
Please make certain that little Millicent goes unharmed. Like her mother, she has the stuff to be a great warrior, but commands only one arm and is yet preciously young.
So, I wonder if the arm is going to drag us in. Based on that person talking, it suggests that it isn't, but we don't know. Definitely there is some precedent for the protagonist from a FromSoft game touching something they shouldn't, and then they kind of get yoinked, you know? There's definitely something to be said about that too. So I'm not sure yet. I mean, none of us are sure yet, but it is interesting. What is the entry going to be like? It definitely seems like it's going to be gentler, but still, we are meant to be following Mikola. But I wonder why. I'm guessing there's going to be some new NPC who gives us this idea and urges us along on the quest. Depends on the game, but this game seems like the one that's going to do that. Dark Souls 3 kind of has that. Sort of, although you kind of get tricked into it. But still, there is that idea present. Okay, so let me think. Caelid. I think we're steadily approaching Caelid completion. Like, we don't have every single thing, but a lot of the important things are done. We're definitely... I think we're ready to go to Altus. Yeah, most definitely. Oh, yeah, no, I have Dectus. Yeah, no, I think we're nearly done. Merchants in the mountaintop of the giants? Yes, yes. Mikola wants that thing, the Dark Soul. Yeah, I did see someone talking about how what if the Mikola is just the painting girl from Dark Souls 3? Altus is going to be great. Yeah, I'm really excited. I was just very, very careful not even to touch Altus before I complete all these quest lines, because Altus is a big point that can move things forward. So I think we've done everything that I can think of, like the most important stuff. And we've been to Dectus. Embassy in the trailer sounds like Nephili. She sounds like Nephili to me too. She really does. I thought the same thing. In fact, at one point I said I think it is Nephili, but I don't know. All right, talk to Melina. This is a big one. Let's note this down.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
That is what happened with the Tarnished. They were divested of it. Do you think this is directly in line with the journey that they took? I don't know. So Marika went with Godfrey and the Tarnished, and the last place is the Third Church of Marika, where they talk about specifically what happens with the Tarnished. There's a couple different churches, but it's basically like one conversation. Speaking to Radigan, no, I don't think so. They have a choice. Now, the Erdtree governs all. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. It does sound like a warning. One really interesting thing about Marika's dialogue, from what we've heard, is actually really interesting. I've noticed that she tends to say something gentle, perhaps, arguably, like in that one where we talk to her at Altus and she says, my beloved children. And then she says some really intense shit. And it's really interesting because she has this gentleness of, like, you know, my beloved children, be whatever you want to be. But if you fail, you will be sacrifices. And I wonder, when you hear that, the more and more I think about those lines, like, you will amount to naught but sacrifices, or something along those lines. Almost like she has a dual nature. It's possible, but I really just think Marika herself is very complicated. I don't think that's Radigan popping in, personally. Could be. Join the Order and the Erdtree, or die, wallow with the fringes of our Golden Order. Yeah. So she rules with quite an intensity, especially since this is the way to Dectus. You get this before entering the lands that become touched by the Erdtree directly. Threat to her enemies. Could be a threat to the enemies. It could also be just... Also, frankly, it becomes a fact. Like, but eventually she creates the Tarnished, which are literally divested of grace, and that is their biggest strength. Interpret that line as her being a realist? Yes, totally, but that's what I'm saying. So, depictions of motherhood are really interesting. Most of the time, the idea of motherhood is wrapped in concepts of being nurturing, gentle, loving, a swaddled baby held in a mother's arms, right? But then you get the mother bear, which is another depiction of motherhood, and very common. Like, how many times have we, colloquial in English, said mama bear? That concept of a mother who is not just gentle and nurturing, but fiercely protective to the point of being dangerous. I feel like that is Marika to a T. She exemplifies all parts of motherhood, both the gentle, the nurturing, but also the deadly and the dangerous. And eventually she realizes that the world she created is going to be hostile to everyone, including her children, and she must prepare them for that in a way. But I really wonder what she's talking about here. The one thing about Melina, I love her, but I can't repeat her dialogue, so I can't sit there and read and focus, and it's just, it's hard. But this is really interesting. I don't know. That isn't Radigan. I don't think. We're currently going through and wondering if any of these are actually Radigan speaking, because Marika is Radigan and Radigan is Marika. But I'm thinking so far we're just talking to straight up Marika that we've encountered, but I don't know yet. We can't be sure, and we might never know, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, gamers, I'm gonna call it here, though, because I'm really tired today, and we did a fair bit. It's getting late. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll be back on Saturday, continuing the LOREATHON. Poggers. Oh my god, I thought my camera went out again. That scared me. I heard it made a sound. Find the camera. It should be fixed now. Sorry about that. It's annoying. It's weird because it happened twice this stream, but not last stream. So we'll see. Either way, should be fixed now. All new stuff. You be good. Been enjoying these streams. I'm glad to hear that. All right, let's see if I want to send you over to anybody today. Yeah, let's send you over to Oro doing some Elden Ring. So, I know Saint raided us earlier, so if any of you are still around, we're going straight back to PvP. Looks like he's doing some rune level 70. That's my favorite! Yo, poggers. I don't know why I can't stop saying that. I'm so brain rotted. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little tired today. Today's been a long one, but I had a lot of fun. I always have a lot of fun doing the LOREATHON. It's been really exciting. So, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we'll see you more on Saturday, where hopefully I'll be a little bit more rested. Also, in the meantime, if you like first playthroughs, I'm uploading an episode per day of the first playthrough of Elden Ring, all the way back from release in 2022. So it's been a fun time. It's honestly, I know I'm biased, but I'm very happy with my first playthrough, and I'm really glad a lot of folks are enjoying watching it too. Means a lot to me. I'm glad folks are enjoying it. So also it takes a lot of time to edit. Oh my god! So please watch. All right, say hi to Oro for me, everybody. We're on part 87. We're not quite there, but we're probably gonna end up at about 100 episodes. Good night, everybody. Share the dank rop. Lyco, Butters, Mad the Monkey, Suka, Justin, Nightbot, Dean, Quather, Justin, Super Saiyan. Oh, it's going fast. Good night. Oops.